Good morning, everyone, to the third day of Challenges of a New Teaching.
Thank you for your participation, and we hope you enjoy and like this third and last day of Challenges of a New Teaching.
The email for the certificate will be appearing on screen throughout today's conferences. Remember that the certificate that you choose is valid for 3 days. Enjoy.
Enjoy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third and final day of Challenges of a New Teaching. I am Arturo Perez and will be your host today. Our very first presentation is Confronting My Bias as a Teacher, brought to us by Daniel Farmer from the Ali org. Daniel Farmer is a young Black and Latino educator who uses his love for the planet and social justice to advocate for a healthy and more equitable world. Recently, he has founded an organization called The Alley, which is an online space for aspiring allies of all kinds. From 2017 to 2019, Farmer served as a Peace Corps volunteer in Mexico, where he served as an environmental educator in rural Guanajuato. Currently, Farmer is living in Taipei, Taiwan, to learn Mandarin and continue to expand his worldview as he hopes to be a better citizen and a better educator. He hopes to be part of creating a world with new normals in how we treat the planet and how we treat one another. Without further ado, let's begin.
Thank you so much, Arturo. Happy to be here. I said, yeah, my name is Daniel Farmer. I am living in Taiwan, and I have many years of experience as an educator. I'm sure some of you have many more years of experience than I do. In those years, I've taught both adults and children in a number of different topics, mostly centered on social justice and environmental science. And I am currently teaching more of the social justice side of it and more about anti-racism, as there's a moment specifically in the United States, but I think also in the world, and thinking more about the social inequities that exist in our cultures and the ways that they're manifesting. And in the United States, the Black Lives Matter movement and everything that has come out of or in response to George Floyd's murder more recently, but a lot of police brutality over many, many years and generations. We're recognizing just how important it is that we are confronting racism. And specifically with racism, I'm talking in the United States, but all societies have different bias. And so we're going to talk about what it means to confront bias and specifically why that's important in the classroom. So if we can go to the what is implicit bias slide. So bias is a preformed opinion, usually a stereotype that someone has internalized. So when we're talking about bias, usually when we use that word, we're talking about implicit bias. We're not talking about the fact that you prefer some candy bar over another or anything else that is more about your matter of opinion, but it's about the fact that as people living in a society with preconceived notions about other people, we have internalized certain stereotypes, and that impacts the way that we engage with the world and the way that we engage with other people. So when we're talking about implicit bias, we are not talking about acts of overt oppression. We're not talking about gender-based violence necessarily. We're talking about ways in which people engage with others differently because of something that's going on in the back of their head that they're not necessarily aware of. And I'm going to give some examples of that in a second. But the reason that it matters is that it causes us to either perpetuate oppressive behavior and at best just give favor to other people arbitrarily. And this touches every part of our lives. I recently read the book How to Be Anti-Racist by Ibram Kendi. And he gives an example in that book from his life that I think is particularly poignant of the ways that implicit bias works. And in this case, we're talking about racial bias, where someone who worked at Walmart and was given the task to randomly check the receipts of shoppers leaving to ensure that they weren't stealing anything. And the idea behind this was really to discourage shoplifting. And Ibram Kendi's wife happened to be sitting near the exit and was observing this person check receipts and noticed that this person randomly selected every Black customer that was leaving. Now, in the subsequent fallout, there was no reason to believe that this person intentionally was picking out Black customers, that this person had an overt belief that Black people are shoplifters or are more likely to be shoplifters, or any such negative opinion that was in the forefront of their mind, but subconsciously that had internalized an assumption, a stereotype that Black people are more likely to be criminals. So this plays out in so many ways, and all of us on this call, including myself, have different biases, maybe towards racial groups, towards gender groups, sexual orientation, ability. There are so many places in which we are holding internal bias, implicit bias. And its impact in the classroom is huge. As educators, we set very important examples. We set courses and tracks for students. We inspire them to pursue certain careers, certain passions, or we discourage them from pursuing certain careers and certain passions. And we also are teaching behavior just through our actions as educators, just through the way that we carry ourselves in the classroom. And the impact of this can't really be overstated. And there are lots of studies about the ways that one teacher choosing to do one thing differently alters the course of someone's life. So it's important that we think about ways that we're conducting ourselves in the classroom and what we're passing on to students, what behavior they are then seeing or replicating, and which ways in which we are reinforcing oppressive behavior. We're reinforcing the challenges of the world that our students are already facing just per their current identity, for no fault of their own. So there are a number of ways to confront bias and to think about the impact that we might be having in the classroom. And so I'm going to list 5 ways to confront bias. The first one is to assume that you have internalized any defining social inequities in your society. Okay, you as an individual did not beat the odds. The chances of that are very small. If there is a social inequity that is true in your society, that there are certain identity groups that are oppressed or disenfranchised in your society, you likely have internalized those social inequities. So if you are someone living in the United States, you and your institution are racist. That is a safe assumption, that you have internalized racism. If you are living in Mexico, it is a safe assumption that you and your institution have internalized colorism and have internalized prejudice against indigenous communities. That is a safe assumption. It is purely because of the air that you breathe, of the society that you're moving through, you have this implicit bias. And you should also probably assume, almost from whatever society you're from, that there's a distinction between men and women and their abilities. You likely have sexist or misogynist internalized beliefs. So that's not to say that you are a bad person, not to say that you are guilty of anything, but it is to say that you have work to do and that you need to consider that these negative beliefs about groups of people are a part of you just as they are a part of everyone around you. I think it's also important to recognize how active this is. So in the United States, in thinking about racism, a term that has become very popular that a lot of people are thinking about is anti-racism. And the distinction between racism and anti-racism and the fact that non-racism is a misnomer. But a lot of people like to say that they are not racist. But because racism is a part of society, it's a part of the structures and the institutions that we have created, non-racism is to allow racism to exist unchallenged, which is in itself racist. So you are either working against racism, which is anti-racism, or you are allowing it to exist, which is racism, or you are actively perpetuating it. But I would like to assume that those of you on this call are not actively perpetuating these social inequities, but you might be allowing them to exist with unchallenged. So in confronting your bias, think about that for yourself and think about ways that that manifests in so many parts of your lives, not necessarily just in the classroom, but as you work through that as an individual, it will influence what you do as an educator and what you do working with students. So that's the first thing. Assume you have internalized defining social inequities in your society. Okay? The second thing is to look at policies and rules both at your institution and in your classroom and consider their impact on different identities. So if we go back to the first point and we assume that ourselves and our institutions have internalized defining social inequities of our society, then we have to assume that those policies that are instituted have also internalized those social inequities, are also perpetuating those social inequities. So a huge spot to consider is disciplinary policies. And disciplinary policies often perpetuate systems of social inequity, also often perpetuate the idea that one group is worse behaved than another. And that looks differently in a lot of different societies, but that's often a belief that Black people are worse behaved than white people, that darker skinned people are less well behaved than lighter skinned people. Are there ways that your policies consider that bias that likely exists in your classrooms? Are there ways that your decisions on disciplinary actions are able to take a step back to remove that bias and consider the situation holistically? And this is not only important because you might be punishing students who don't deserve to be punished or allowing other students to get away with things that they ought to be punished for, but your students then internalize the idea that I'm always going to be told that I am doing a wrong thing even when I'm trying to do the right thing, and I need to work against that, or they're going to be told that I can always get away with something. And those are not lessons that you want to teach, right? That is not the idea of your disciplinary policies. So how can you change them? I think this is also the second point, is particularly important when we're thinking about COVID and the fact that the coronavirus has changed our classrooms. It has moved most of them to the internet. And so what does it look like? What does that change look like? And what are we doing to ensure that those people who are already likely more impacted by COVID because of an identity that they already hold, because of social inequities that already exist in our society, are there ways that we are hoping to work against that as we move forward, or are we allowing that to exist without really considering? Okay, so the first one was assume that you have internalized the defining social inequities in your society. And then take a hard look at policies and ways that they might be perpetuating those social inequities. The third one is to take a hard look at your daily behavior in the classroom. All things being equal with participation, are there people that you call on more than others? Now, of course, there are always the students who always raise their hand, and there are always the students who will never raise their hand to participate. But if we equalize that and we just use groups of students who are as actively participating as they want to, what ways is our bias influencing who we're calling? Are we more likely to call on a man raising his hand than a woman? Because we likely have internalized the idea that when men have something to say, it's important and it's correct. That is an implicit bias that a lot of people in the world hold. Is that holding true in your classroom? Why? What does it feel like to have me tell you that? You need to kind of work through, or you ought to work through that discomfort and think about ways that you can shift your behavior. Are there students that you trust more than others? When one student comes to you asking for an extension and another student comes to you asking for an extension, are you granting those equally? What are the things that you're considering? Is this another place in which your implicit bias is choosing you to give leeway to one student over another? And why might that be true? And thinking beyond the social inequities and just recognizing that an individual student could have so many reasons for needing something different than other students. And are you being specific and trying to work through that with them? Or are you making assumptions about what might be true for them because of some implicit bias that you hold? And with this third one, make yourself uncomfortable. You're not going to overcome your bias, your racism, your sexism, your homophobia. Any such internalized beliefs will not be eradicated without you feeling uncomfortable and without you having to look harder in the mirror than you maybe want to. It would be a really interesting exercise to ask your students if they see behavior in you that perpetuates social inequity. That could be really hard. That's really vulnerable. But what might that look like? Is there a way you could do it anonymously even to get truly honest feedback? And when you receive that feedback, are you looking for people, are you looking and paying close attention to responses that are saying that they do not see you doing anything that perpetuates social inequity or that implies or they're not noticing anything that might be coming as a result of your implicit bias? Are those the responses you're paying attention to? Or are you taking seriously any allegations or any considerations that you might actually be perpetuating some social inequity? You might actually be showing the prejudice that you hold. And I think it's really important that we take the time to consider any implication that we might be doing something wrong, even if we truly don't believe it, even if other students of the same identity group don't see it. You have a student who is feeling that, who is feeling like oppression that might exist in their society is being reproduced in the classroom. So even if it's not intentional, even if you think you're doing nothing wrong, take that seriously and think about what might be true about what the student is saying to you before you assume that you're doing everything properly. Okay? So assume you have internalized defining social inequities, look at the policies in your schools and classrooms, and then take a really hard look at your daily behavior in the classroom and look for feedback in how you can be better in confronting your own bias. Fourth, when your material relates to larger social inequities, you ought to embrace that as an educational opportunity instead of shying away from a difficult conversation. There are so many opportunities to connect things that are happening in the world, things that are happening in your country, maybe that are happening in your state or your province, to material that is taking place in the classroom. And if that material, or if what's happening in the world or in your country or even closer to you is a difficult topic, is incendiary, challenges social norms, it is easy to shy away from that conversation, to stick to the set curriculum or topic that you have to do, and sometimes to stick to it in a way where you actively avoid having a more difficult conversation. I challenge you not to. It's a really special opportunity, first of all, to bring up what might be true about indigenous rights in Mexico when you have just read a work, say, that references an important reserve in Mexico that is related to an indigenous culture. Are you taking that as an opportunity to bring up and talk about the rights that they might be fighting for in this moment? To talk about what might be true about the way that modern day society has impacted that group of people? Or would you rather ignore it to just continue through your curriculum and do something that's easier? I think take the hard route when you can. And it shows your students, first, that that's something that you care about. It shows them that it's okay to have difficult conversation, and teaches them how to have civil discourse, which is really important when we're talking about things that are not, that maybe people don't agree on, right? And the other students are maybe need to be confronting their bias and internalized ideas. So challenge that. I know of an example of a teacher who showed a movie called 12 Years a Slave in their classroom. 12 Years a Slave is a movie about a free Black man who was wrongfully sold back into slavery in the United States in the 1800s. It's based on a true story. And there is a scene in this movie where the man is whipped. And the teacher, was a science teacher, chose to talk about the physics of a whip, of a bullwhip, and how it breaks the sound barrier, which was a terrible decision, totally ignores the context in which the whipping was taking place, desensitizes the reality of violence against slaves, and misses a huge opportunity to talk about the legacy of slavery in the United States. There are so many other things to be discussed than the physics of whipping that would have been much more appropriate and taught a much better lesson in the end. Okay, so assume you have internalized defining social inequities. Look at the policies and rules in your school and the classroom. Look at your daily behavior in the classroom. When your material relates to some larger social inequity, embrace that as an educational opportunity. And then finally is to be reading more books about the experiences of people who are different from you. I think definitely I know that a lot of you are teachers and professors and educators in Mexico teaching English to people who are likely to move to the United States. What have you learned, and what are you paying attention to about realities for Mexican Americans in the United States, realities for any other social group in the United States? Are you reading books and listening to podcasts and watching series that relate to what is true about those experiences, and continuing to educate yourself to make sure you understand both the identities of your students and the situations that they might find themselves in that you can connect to? Also challenge if there are teachers on this call and educators on this call who are, say, in the United States or in Canada and teach Mexican Americans. What are you doing to educate yourself about the experience of Mexican Americans in your country, about Mexican society and culture? Not to say that any one resource will be universally true, or that any book can represent the realities for any one of your students. But the more that you understand about what might be true about a social group, the better you will be able to serve your students, the better you will be able to empathize with them and overcome your bias by recognizing all of the other factors that might be influencing the one behavior you see in your classroom, that might be influencing the one outcome of some project or some work that you give them. So those are my 5 tips, okay? Assume you have internalized the social inequities in your society. Look at the policies in your school and in your classroom. Look at your own daily behavior in the classroom. Think about how your material relates to social inequities, and don't shy away from those conversations. And then be continually educating yourself about groups that maybe your identity groups that maybe your students belong to, or situations that they might find themselves in. And then I will finally mention a resource that is very good for thinking about your own bias and beginning to confront your implicit bias. It is very US centric, but I think is still very valuable. And so that's Project Implicit, which is a project out of Harvard University. And they look at bias from a number of different topics. And yeah, that is what I have to talk about in terms of confronting bias as a teacher. If there are any questions, feel free to put them in the comments. And let's discuss. I'm reading Aurelia Cordova's comment here. I teach in a rural community. There is sexism among students and among teachers. I've been trying to change that. Some are reluctant to talk about it. Can you share techniques or tips on how to make people talk about discrimination when they don't want to? Yeah, I think there are a few things that are important to recognize here. And first, if someone actively does not want to talk about something, there isn't necessarily a way to make them talk about it. And I don't think that language can be dangerous, because if someone feels cornered into a conversation or a discussion, it will not be productive. It's not likely that it will be productive. But I think thinking about what common ground you can find with people is really important. And so instead of thinking about maybe when you're having a discussion with people who are not seeing the kind of sexism in the way that you're seeing it, be really specific and say, don't you think that this behavior is problematic? If you can find that common ground of like, this is a thing that needs to be changed, then down the line you can connect that to the larger sexism, which is really big umbrella term to talk about this kind of social inequity. But start with something small that everyone can see and that we can all agree is not acceptable. But I will say, if people are actively resistant, it is very difficult to talk about. So start with something that you can already agree with. You can grow it from there. Chio Rodriguez says, what could be the appropriate age to start with these kinds of topics in English classrooms? I hesitate to say that there is an age that is too young. I think what's true is that by the time kids are in school, they're already recognizing these differences. They're already asking themselves questions about their own identity and their place in the world and how it relates to other students that they're seeing. I first recognized that my blackness meant something 2 years old. And I recognized that there was a difference between me and white people, and that we were treated differently. So students know it, especially I think gender equity work especially starts super young. And additionally, I will say, because a lot of the coding happens that young. It happens in kindergarten classrooms that students are split into lines based on gender. There's a boys line and there's a girls line. And assumption that the boys are going to be rowdy and that the girls are not. And all of these biases start playing in kindergarten classrooms. I think you see them really strongly sometimes. And so thinking about like, wait, why am I actually splitting them by gender? Is there a reason for that? Am I assuming that a boy who does one behavior is trying to be disruptive and a girl who does this behavior is not? And why do I think those things? So I don't know that there's an age that's too early. Kids are paying attention. They are noticing it. And the younger you get it, the less internalized it is, the more likely they are to be able to challenge it more easily. I wouldn't give a specific number. Of course, also, there are some topics that relate to violence that I don't know are necessarily appropriate for a super young kid, but generally thinking about differences in social groups and the way that people are treated, I'd say generally. Really interesting. So Enrique Roca says, really interesting. Sometimes it's a blind spot to analyze that topic. In Mexico, there are no different nationalities or just a few, but there are huge differences related to socioeconomics that create the stereotypes. And yeah, very true. And I think it is, I lived in Mexico for almost 3 years. And so I saw a lot of the ways that colorism exists, and it's much more subtle. You do not have history of racism, say, in the way that the United States did, or the United States does. But a lot of social inequities, definitely related to socioeconomic status, definitely related to color. I think it's pretty clear walking through Mexico City that very light-skinned Mexicans are on the billboards and much darker skinned Mexicans are on the bus, right? Like you can kind of notice some of these distinctions, and these lines are blurred and there are exceptions to them. But generally speaking, that is true in Mexico. And so what does it look like to fight against that kind of bias and to fight against colorism is a really important question, especially when we're talking about engaging with students.
Right, Daniel, if you allow me, I'm going to help you reading some of the comments and questions, please.
Yeah.
So Elizabeth Fierro Moreno says, I believe it is our obligation to pay attention of behavior conduct. My school has a strong program of counseling in order to help students, but also to be aware of those issues.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. And yeah, I think behavior conduct and discipline is a really important spot to consider. Students are experiencing so many things that we don't get to see in the classroom that influence what they do in the classroom. And if a student is from a certain social group, from a certain identity group, that is likely influencing what their experience is in the world. And so being really intentional in discipline decisions is super, super important.
Blanca Roman Ortiz says, do you use he or she personal pronouns? How do you avoid using gender personal pronouns?
That's a great question. I use he pronouns. I'm a cis male, and I identify as a man. This is a really good question, especially in thinking about Spanish language, which is so very gendered. And I don't know that I can give very specific advice, and I would say that this is what's true. But I would say that where it starts is with the people who are directly in front of you. What do your students wish to be called, wish to be referred to? And are you honoring that? Are you making that as easy for them as possible without it being something that separates them or makes them feel isolated or different? And are you generally paying attention to, say, what is out, what news or experiences or stories are being written about the transgendered community, and what's new for them, what is true for them in this moment? Are you actively paying attention to that? And especially if, say, you have someone who identifies as they, them, or any other pronoun that does not fit the binary in your classroom, you take the time to pay special attention to what might be coming out for the transgendered community. So, and I think in terms of avoiding it, it takes. There's a comedian, a queer comedian, I'm forgetting right now, but she said that the way that she trained herself, or excuse me, the way they trained themselves, see, I just made the mistake here. The way that they trained themselves to learn how to use they, them pronouns was to refer to animals as they, them, which is brilliant. We really strongly gender our pets often, right? In the names that we give them and the way that we dress them up. And gender really does not have anything to do with our pets. But we do have a lot of people pretty heavily gender their pets. So you practice what you are learning about the transgender community and how they like to be referred to in a space where it is not so important to that individual, right? And so in referring to animals as they, them is a way to essentially train yourself. And that was what their idea was. I think it's interesting, an interesting experiment. So that's what I would say. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. From Alejandra Castillo, we have, during your talk, I was thinking that I do have two different sets of students. The ones that work and have few resources to study, and those who don't. For example, being able to have a computer for their own use or not. Perhaps during this time, in way of giving classes, I need to start thinking that I need to design my courses to be accessible to all. The way they are evaluated and so on. My question is, should I give more leeway to those who have these challenges, or should I just keep are you going to see the rest?
Yeah, got cut off. But I think I have a general idea of this question, and it's a very good one. A few things I would say is, first, I think there are some ways to make things more flexible for the individual student to do the work in the way that is most convenient for them. And so giving deadlines as soon ahead as possible, having things be work that's done on their own time as opposed to something that has to be done live, giving those kinds of opportunities is really important. In the end, I think the best thing that you can do is make it clear to your students that if there is something that is preventing them from being able to do what you have set out as the expectations, that they can come to you and you can work with them through that. And so it's not necessarily that you have to say, call it out and say, hey, if you're, if you need more money to buy a computer, then this is your assignment. And if you don't, this is your assignment. That creates division. But I think in saying, these are the expectations I'm setting out, but I recognize that this is our first time doing virtual learning, that every student is in a different place in terms of their work environment and what they have access to. So if this isn't, if the structure that I have set up for this assignment, for this curriculum, for this semester isn't going to serve you, let's talk about how we come to an agreement so that you both get the education that you need and you're able to do it with what you have access to. So being very open about the fact that you recognize that there's difference and you want to be amenable to working that out with each individual.
Okay, thank you. From Enrique Baptiste, do you think that this behavior usually comes from home?
Sure. Home, church, school. I think all of the spaces that you spend time in as you grow up in a society teach you some of these things. I will say, because there are also students who will see through this when they come from. There are students who don't grow up to be very bigoted, but they have parents who are very bigoted. For example, I think a lot of us probably have examples of like, we have grandparents or parents who hold really strong beliefs about, say, the LGBTQ community that we don't hold. So, and it maybe didn't take us so long to grow away from that. So I wouldn't say that there's a direct one-to-one, but all of the things, all of the places and spaces and people that we interact with train these biases and ingrain these stereotypes.
Thank you. From Lara, what kind of strategies could you recommend for our students that are afraid of involving with a different culture and break down the stereotypes?
That's a really good question. And I think there are a lot of possibilities. One that I will say is to really think about what your, say there's a space in which you are uncomfortable because of the people who are around you, and you recognize that this is an implicit bias. So say that you are a light-colored person in the presence of dark-colored people, and there is something in your brain that is telling you to be worried, but you know in the front of your brain that there's no reason to be worried, that this is internalized colorism that's coming out. So really sit with your body in those moments and think about, what does it feel like when I have this reaction that I don't believe in, and how can I step away from that and move forward? And so finding spaces that are benign that you should feel comfortable in, and doing a lot of like mental and mindfulness work to settle your own body, to find the space to be comfortable in a space where implicit bias is telling you that you should not be comfortable.
Okay, and we have from Aquamarine, Mar Hernandez. I work in an indigenous community, men and women, and don't mix during English activities due to their traditions and rules in their town home. How do teachers deal with this situation?
That's a very, very good question. Thank you for asking that. I think there are a few things that are important here. First is I think there is sometimes a distinction between the work that you are doing in your own body and in your own space to fight against implicit bias and the work that you might be doing in the classroom. It might be true that you are ready for harder challenges in your implicit bias than the people that you're serving, and you shouldn't try and get them to where you are, and instead be meeting them where they are. It's a huge disservice to just offend a community that you're working in when you're really there to serve them. And it's also, I think, it's important to think through like what the reasons might be for such a community structure. And so that it is not about like, well, this is a wrong thing, but think more like, well, since you value this, might it be true that it would be more beneficial where we can uphold this value and also do some other thing? But I think it has to be small. I think it ought not to be something that ostracizes you from the community or makes it that you are no longer listened to. Respecting the culture that you're in of this community is really important. In a very sort of subtle manner, or wherever it is that they're ready to be challenged, I think start there. And so think about things like the way that work is divided, for example, or whether or not men and women have equal access to education or to English activities. You can even be thinking about like, well, when I do it at this time, only men can come because the women are preparing a meal, for example. That was something that myself and a lot of other Peace Corps volunteers came into, is if we held activities at certain times, women would be unavailable because of the work expectation. So are you doing something to make things more available to women who might otherwise not be allowed to? I think those are some of the kinds of questions, but I agree that it's very difficult, and I think that it is definitely important that you continue to respect the community, and even if you want to challenge some inequity.
Thank you. And from Zoe Lovett, What kind of strategies could I use in order to talk about diversity with young learners?
Um, I think a few things. First, one way in which stereotypes are allowed to thrive is when there is a lack of proximity or closeness. It's really easy to believe something about a group of people when you've never met anyone who belongs to that group of people. And so exposing young people to as many different people as possible is really important. Now, maybe that happens in by actually inviting people into your classroom. Maybe that happens by being more intentional about the videos that you're showing them or the movies that you might be watching. If we're talking really young, in picture books, like who is actually drawn? Does everyone look the same? Are they all the same color? Or are they being exposed to a lot of different looks? And I also think there are ways to talk about diversity that really directly relate to maybe something that is being taught and as something that is based in nature, right? Like, well, I'm going to actually take a step further back and say that there are lots of very fun analogies that kids will relate to if you want to be very intentional about talking about diversity. For example, what's your favorite food is a great question to ask kids. Every kid has some kind of response that they were probably eager to give you. And then follow up with, would that be the only food that you would eat for the rest of your life? Like most kids would be like, oh, but well, maybe I'll miss this. Like maybe I said it's gelatina, but then I'm going to miss lo que sea. So that's a starting question that then says, oh, so it's important to have variety here. Another good analogy is who here thinks doctors are important? And everyone thinks doctors are important. Doctors are important. Then you say, what would it be like if we only had doctors? What would the world look like? Would that be good? Who would take out the trash? Who would cook? Who would clean? Who would do all the other things that doctors don't do? So I think there are very easy analogies to give really young kids that they understand. And then it's like, so in your life, are you always seeing the same people? Do you think that's good? How can you grow from that? Those are some strategies.
Now from Arturo Diaz, what do you think about labeling the behavior of students? Like that students is lazy, that other is intelligent, that one is highly active, etc.
I think it is a shortcut that is sometimes useful and sometimes dangerous. And it really depends on the situation and it really depends on the student. I think as far as you can remove yourself from that and see a student as a holistic being that has many attributes, the better. Now, sometimes it is helpful, for example, when you are assigning groups for group projects, you want to try and think about how the groups will engage with one another, and that is totally reasonable. Where I think it becomes dangerous is, for example, if you are going into reading a student's paper to grade it with this idea of like, oh, well, this student is this. And then that's going to color the way that you read the paper. And that's going to color the eventual grade of the paper. So I don't know if that means that you need to be blind grading, but if you're cognizant that, oh, I have this bias that I assume that this student is like this, and therefore, oh, this paper is different from their other papers. They should actually, I know they actually deserve this grade. This is what they're actually capable of. Or you don't take their paper as seriously because you actually have a bias against this person for whatever reason, not to say that you're malicious, but you do. So I think that's where those labels are dangerous. The more you can be aware that you're thinking those things when you're going to make decisions that are going to impact the student, the better.
Now from Karina Hernandez. I've introduced these topics by watching the TV show, What Should You Do? Then we discuss in class about all these controversial issues that most parts of people do not want to talk about. Mhm.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that show. That's a great resource. And yeah, continue those conversations. That's important. Thank you for sharing.
Now, Angeles Adam asks, mass media reinforces this concept of racism and gender inequality. Some lyrics also do. We should ask students to think critically about this bias. History and religion are also responsible.
Yeah, definitely. And I also I think that that's a space in which an educator can intercede is in showing alternatives to that. There's when we have opportunities to relate music to what we're doing, or we want them to do a project on where they need to watch a movie or something like that. Like, are we taking the extra step to think about what might be perpetuated in this movie? Is there an alternate to this movie that actually is more socially just, that actually does not perpetuate certain stereotypes? And if so, pick that. If you recognize that in your curriculum, all of the writers say that you're having your students read are white men, like, take a moment to find an alternative to one of those books. There are plenty of other writers who are not white men, and then you're just exposing them to one other thing. So yeah, it's definitely true that it exists around them. You might be the only person in a student's life who's challenging these things. That only makes it all the more important.
Mhm. Now, from Areli Cordova. Thanks, Daniel. I think social justice in education is a topic that we, as educators, need to talk more.
Thank you, Areli. I agree.
And from Rodolfo Rudy Aguirre, sometimes racism is bred at home. We transfer our ideas, beliefs to our children.
Definitely, yeah. As parents, implicit biases are really interesting thing to think about, and in family dynamics. One thing that is true in almost every Latin culture is that we give nicknames based on looks, and our mission is to be endearing, right? Is to show love through a nickname, but are we actually reinforcing that the way that you look, or this identity group that you belong to, or the skin color that you have, is something different or ought to be regarded differently? So in parenting, this is super important.
Yeah, now Rosario Hernandez requests, Daniel, could you please repeat the elements we need to be aware of to start making changes in our behavior? Forgot the first one, but remember institutional policies, your own bias as teacher. Thanks.
Yeah. So yeah, they were assume you have internalized the social inequities in your society. And so that's about personal work, not necessarily connected to your teaching. Look at policies and rules. Then take a look at yourself in the classroom and your behavior in the classroom. Connect your material to anything related to social inequities when you can. Don't shy away from that. And then be constantly educating yourself about social inequities, about different identity groups and what they're facing, especially as they relate to the experiences of the students in your classrooms.
And then we have from Angelica Bautista. I work with university students in a small city which has evolved throughout the years. Yet, still, I have students who believe that since they are living in Mexico and will stay in Mexico, they don't need to learn English or need to learn about their celebrations, etc. Some of these ideas sometimes come from home and some from other teachers they have. What can I do to change that idea, motivate, and teach them diversity? Or is it just a matter of time?
Yeah, I think a very easy analogy that I would use is that, and this honestly motivates a lot of my personal decisions, is that the more perspective you have on anything, the better decisions you will make, the more you will be able to experience. So something that you can ask your students is like, would you like to only be able to see, let's say 90 degrees in front of you? What would that be like? And don't you think that with every experience that you learn about, every kind of people you learn about, every language that you learn is expanding that so you can actually see more, you actually experience more of the world. And that metaphor, I think, really holds true in a pretty direct way. The more that you understand about the world, about other cultures, about other people, it will change the way that you engage with the people who are right in front of you. It will change the decisions that you make. It will change the opportunities available to you. And I don't know that it's a matter of time. I do think it's maybe something that needs to be discussed outright. And I think that metaphor will resonate. I learned about an Eastern religion philosophy called Jainism in college that I really like, and perhaps there are students who would listen to this kind of thing as an Eastern philosophy, but Jains believe that to reach nirvana or heaven is to have infinite perspective, to be able to see any situation from all of the possible angles, and that's what it is like to live in perfection. And I really like that concept. I am in no way a follower of Jainism, but that concept really rings true for me, and I think is a great motivation, a great motivator to learn another language, to learn about another culture.
Thank you, Daniel. Now from Elizabeth Contreras Aguirre. ESL teachers, as the other ones, should be trained as a multicultural promoter. We need to understand our human evolution through history and anthropology.
Definitely agree. Thank you.
Saida Liz asked, or comments, ESL teachers, as the other ones, should be trained. We need to be well-informed and conscious about our social context of students. Teaching second language is beyond linguistic stuff.
Definitely. Yeah, the cultural element is very important.
And Rocio Martinez asked, to reach nirvana, what? Please, I missed it.
Yeah, so in a philosophy called Jainism, to reach nirvana or heaven or perfection is to be able to see something from infinite perspective. And so the more that you understand about the way other people approach situations and look at the world, the closer you are to perfection. And I think that's a good analogy to justify and encourage students to learn English, even if they don't think they'll move to an English-speaking country.
Let me see, we have more comments or questions. Yes, one more from Junuen Perez. It's really interesting to hear all your comments and strategies, and it makes me think about the importance of my role as a teacher.
I'm really glad to hear that. I do see one on the side that we've maybe missed. The question is from Claudia Cecilia Lozano Garcia. Wouldn't it be best not to pinpoint the issue? Yeah. Wouldn't it be best not to pinpoint the issue or topic in a classroom and just have all students participate in all activities equally? And I think this is a really important question. And the reason that I don't believe that you should do that is because not naming it does not make it exist less. What is true is that all of your students are learning the same social inequities that we all have learned and that the people around them are learning. And they will continue to perpetuate that unless someone intercedes and says, this is what's happening. And these are ways in which this is actually oppressing different people or not allowing you to realize your full potential. And so even if we, for example, if you're a daycare teacher and you decide to give students equal access to the bathroom, even though some of them are potty trained and some of them are not, it won't make them potty trained, right? The truth is that some of them need different things. You need to name like, right, these kinds of students might need something different. I don't think that's a perfect analogy, but I think that gives you an idea of just to not name the thing, to not be active, doesn't make it disappear. In fact, I think it allows it to perpetuate.
Okay, well, Daniel, thank you for answering. Now, if your question wasn't answered, we will get back to you with a follow-up. Thank you for joining. Coming up, rewiring for a new teaching. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you.
Good
Hello.
morning, Mexico.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah,
Good morning,
it's
everyone. Good evening to you, Dr. Vipinan Kanan. Okay, so let me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I am Gerardo, your host. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Vipinan Kanan from Anna University in India with brain rewarding for a new teaching. Okay, so Professor Bipin Knan is presently the professor in charge for Center for Alumni Affairs, Anna University. He is an alumnus from College of Engineering Wendy, the seventh oldest engineering college in the world. Anna University with a total experience of 30 years in teaching, training, and mentoring. He is also a postgraduate diploma holder in management from Westhurst College, United Kingdom. He has the distinction of attending this program as a British Council scholar. He has published and presented papers in several international and national conferences and journals. Apart from teaching engineering to undergraduate and postgraduate students at the university, he has the distinction of conducting workshops and delivering lectures on unique topics like effective teaching, brain rewarding, holding difficult people, brain engineering, brain gym, and creative thinking for many Indian companies and universities. He has also worked with Dr. Abdul Kalam from the former president of India on creating new teaching and learning methodologies. His objective in life is to discover happiness and joy in everything he does by incorporating his core personal values into every goal, every plan, every action he takes every single day and thereby contribute to the growth of every individual he comes in contacting him. So let's begin. Thanks for your attendance today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gerardo. Thank you so much for your kind words. And I hope you are hearing me loud and clear. Right? And I'm from Anna University. It's a place called Chennai in India, down south of India. And that's my university on the photograph, on the PowerPoint slide, which you see. And it's one of the oldest engineering colleges in the world, the seventh oldest, and the oldest in India, right? So we are 225 years old. That's quite an old institution, isn't it? So we have some great alumni who have passed out from this institution, and it's a pleasure for me to represent my university to all of you, all teachers from all over the world. Thanks to my friends Lara, Dave, and everyone else who made this possible. I'm so thankful for the opportunity, and I think we'll plunge straight away into the topic without wasting much of time. Thank you all for welcoming me. What we are going to see is brain rewiring for a new teaching. So this is one of the latest topics which is basically for teachers, and the most important organ in the human body is obviously the brain. You have this 2.3 kilograms to 2.5 kilograms up our head, which literally controls everything. Everything in our life is basically through our brain. So obviously, we will have to give a lot of importance to the brain. Teachers have this great responsibility of training the brain because it's a make or break situation. How good a student can be or how bad a student can be depends on how capable the teacher is in training the brains of the student. So before we start, I would like my presenter to play the videos, please. Can you play the videos? The first. The next video. Thank you very much. Amazing, isn't it? Fascinating. Can you imagine, right? 30 times more powerful than the best supercomputer in the world. Are we trained to handle it? Well, let us see, right, how we can handle it, because it's just like driving a Formula racing car. If we are not a good driver, obviously we are going to crash. So obviously we will have to see that the Formula car is handled properly. Next slide, please. Okay, that's the reason why we are having this session. Next slide. You would have seen this photograph, right? It is usually behind computers, right? If you open up the computer CPU or the box, you will find that you will see a lot of wires, right? If you look at the human brain, it is something very, very similar, right? So brains have this capability called neuroplasticity. Basically, brains are very plastic in nature. As you would have seen in the video, the brain basically consists of 100 billion neurons, 100 billion plus neurons. And these neurons generally talk to each other. And when they talk to each other, there's a lot of electricity which is generated. And that electricity is around 10 to 25 watts. And if you look at a small tube light or an LED bulb, that consumes nearly the same amount of electricity. So obviously what you'll have to see is how to make use of this plasticity of the brain, right? Brains are not just elastic. If you see the difference between elasticity and plasticity, you'll find that elastic material is something, if you stretch it, it will come back to its normal position. But plastic materials, when you stretch it, would stay stretched. So brains are highly plastic. As teachers, we have in our classroom, let us say 50 students, we have 50 brains plus our own brain. So the whole question is to make these brains plastic. Research in neuroscience is in its infancy now. It's just 20 to 25 years ago, which there's been a lot of work on neuroscience, but a lot of fascinating things have been learned about the brain. What we are going to see is not the hardware part of the brain, but the software part of the brain. And as teachers, how we can leverage on the huge and immense potential of this brain into better student performance. Next slide, please. Okay, everyone is today talking about Industry 4.0 and Industry 5.0, but I'm sure most of you would have heard of what comes in the next slide. Next slide, please. Right, we call it Education 5.0, right? Education 1.0 was about lectures and memorization, right? Internet was about Education 2.0 version. Education 3.0 version was about knowledge producing, how to give knowledge, how to impart knowledge. And Education 4.0 was about innovation and producing education, basically talking of creativity and stuff like that. But Education 5.0 is basically using artificial intelligence and the power of artificial intelligence to change the whole role in which teachers will be playing, right? It is predicted that in the next 25 years, teachers in the conventional form would be extinct, would be an extinct species. You must be wondering how. But then that's the reality, because artificial intelligence is going to take over the world. And a lot of machines are going to do stuff which, generally is done by human beings. Similarly to teachers, right? So teachers would be replaced by robots and huge amount of programmed softwares. Even now, I understand that they have developed a software which can basically correct essays. And essay correction means you will have to put in a lot of inputs into that of lot of teachers and create an artificial intelligence software that can correct an essay and give marks. It's not something like an objective test or something like that. So everyone is talking of Education 5.0. Corona has or COVID has pushed us towards that. That is why we are having everything online now. Maybe this is just the start. Maybe 10 years from now, 15 years from now, when universities have a conference of this nature or a seminar of this nature, we would all be 3D images or holograms, which would be projected as a 3D image from a computer or something into the rooms of people who are listening to the conference or our own students. So the whole nature of education is going to change. Let us see how we can train our brains accordingly to adapt to this whole change which is happening. Next slide, please. Okay, the skills required would be visual collaboration, cognitive load management, because there's going to be a huge amount of cognitive load. That is why I said teachers can no longer be people who will impart knowledge. No, that is going to change in the next 5 years at least. In many countries, it's going to change. We can't just be giving a lot of knowledge to the students, because the students don't want it from the teacher. That is at least what we are feeling in some institutions in India, at least, right? Students can always go to Google or any other platform and get all what he or she needs, right? So everything is available, literally everything is available online. Teachers' role would become as coaches, maybe facilitators in a certain way, but the role of a teacher would not be about giving lectures. So that's going to be out, right? Then we're going to talk of computational thinking. design mindset. Students have to be more imaginative. Teachers have to be extremely imaginative to capture the attention of students. Otherwise, a lecture would be much boring, definitely, than looking at a 3D image or an artificial intelligence software explaining something about concepts in engineering, for example, as we do in our university. So if lectures are boring, students are not going to be in the classroom. They're going to be outside. They're going to be with their mobile phones. Social intelligence is something which will happen because physical interaction will go lesser and lesser. So how we interact with each other is also going to change. A lot of adaptive thinking will have to take place because it is expected that in the next 10 years at least, students who are coming out of universities today are not going to be trained or don't know what are the jobs which are going to be available after 10 years. So there's no way in which we can train them for something which is going to happen after 10 years because there are huge amount of technological changes, and it's going to overwhelm the whole universe as such, right? And the start is being felt now. Next slide, please. Okay, so what profession are we in? We are obviously teachers, but we are in the profession of creating the most valuable resource in the planet, the brain. Can you just imagine? A brain is 30 times more powerful than the best supercomputer. So if we have 50 students, we have 50 into 30 times supercomputers in our class. So that's a huge responsibility. Can we manage that much of power, right? Can we as teachers adapt to that? Because if we are not, that means every brain which is not trained well is a waste. Next slide. Okay, so the whole idea is just like we would go to a gym and pick up weights and train our muscles and all that. A brain is basically treated as a muscle, even though it's strictly speaking, medical terminology would say it's not a muscle, but it is basically neurons. Neurons are electrically activated using certain hormones, obviously, and that is how the brain functions. We will see the next 5 minutes how the brain basically functions, and as teachers, what are the activities which we can use to improve or handle this much of brain power, right? Next slide, please. Okay, the World Economic Forum did a survey in 2015 and they presented a report. Obviously, some of the skills which they listed out as job skills in 2015, and creativity got its 10th place and it's moved up to the 3rd place, right? So the first top 3 would be complex problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity. Next slide. Okay, so I will try to keep it as simple as possible. Everything should be made as simple as possible, but not simpler, like the great Albert Einstein said. Next slide. Okay, so what do we mean by rewiring the brain, right? As you would have seen in the video, basically the brain consists of, let us say, 100 billion neurons. And that's a lot of cells in the human brain. And an animal like, let us say, a bumblebee, for example, has about 100 neurons, and we have 100 billion neurons. So we are the most evolved species in the planet, right? And we have this huge potential, or this big diamond up in our heads. Are we making use of it? So when someone says rewiring the brain, it means creating new neural connections. So when a thought originates in our mind, basically the software for the brain is the thought, which as we popped out of our mother's womb, the day we were born, we started perceiving the world using our 5 senses. Now, once the 5 senses started recording information, the inputs started happening, and we had an idea of the world, and we perceived the world and said, this is how it is. This is how we must behave. This is how we must do something. This is what this is. All that information constantly is happening or being fed into our brain. We are a changed individual tomorrow than we are today. because we had 24 hours minus the sleeping time. Even in our sleep, we have dreams. So let us say 18 to 19 hours of constant exposure to thoughts. Now, these thoughts create feelings or emotions in the human body. And based on these feelings and emotions, we do certain action. The action depends on the attitudes which we have. Attitudes are basically the learning which we have developed over a period of time. For example, if I was born in India, culture would create my attitude. If I was born in Mexico, my attitude might be a little different. If I was born in the US, I would be different. If I was born in Pakistan, I might have a different attitude. So a culture and other learning which we get from our parents, friends, and society forms this attitude, which is basically the filter which enables us to do certain actions. Now, when we do actions, continuously doing a certain action becomes a habit. For example, walking. Even the great Usain Bolt would have walked before he started running and became the fastest man in the planet. So obviously, training over the years of and performing actions repeatedly, like for example, brushing our teeth in the morning, we really don't think about it. We get up from our sleep, we just go brush our teeth. So this basically action part, which we do repeatedly, creates habits. A collection of habits is what creates a personality or character of an individual. So when you have 50 students, for example, in our class, we have 50 personalities sitting in front of us, all with a software called thoughts. And it is those thoughts which, as per the steps I indicated, which became the personality. Now the personality becomes rigid. The personality becomes strong over the years. The personalities undergo change. That is where the role of the teacher comes in. Teachers have the power to basically instill or put seeds of thoughts into the software, or seeds of thoughts basically. It's just like putting or reprogramming the computer. You have the ability, we all have the ability to put in new thoughts into the brain of the student, so that the student starts thinking differently and his personalities undergo change. It's just like molding a clay. It's just like performing a brain surgery. Only difference is the brain surgeon would do the hardware part of the brain, but we as teachers, we work on the software. So we are, let us say, no less important than a very complicated brain surgery. So brain surgery, is extremely complicated. So we are basically doing something like that. We are downloading or uninstalling old software and putting in new software. How? By creating new neural pathways. Next slide, please. Okay, so these new neural pathways are created because when we create a thought, for example, if I say, my name is Vipinendran Kannan, I'm from India, or one of you would say, I am Lara, I'm from Mexico, right? What makes you speak that language like English or any other language? It is because you have trained your brain into thinking in that way. When a thought arises in our mind, basically that's the brain. It is today proved that the mind is no longer in the heart or anywhere else. It's in the brain. So the brain basically takes it in and stores it as a computer in the neurons. So when I say my name is Vipinendran Kannan, obviously 100 odd neurons come together. They don't touch each other, but electricity is generated, which is around 10 to 15 watts. And basically that decodes itself, and I am able to say and understand my name is Vipinendran Kannan. Now, when I start understanding this, as years grow by, that entire neural pathway becomes a wire, and protein is deposited on those neurons, and the thought becomes easier to flow, or the electricity becomes easier. Now, when the wiring is very strong, like for example, in our house, when we have a very strong wire which passes electricity, it's easier. There's no wastage of energy. So just like that in our brains, we create new neural pathways. Once we create new neural pathways, these pathways helps us in doing routine actions. Now, the problem will come when our students face problems in life, whether it is technical problems or whether it is life skill problems. Do they have the capacity to create new neural connections? Because the ability to create neural connections would mean your ability to solve complicated problems, whether it is your nation's problems or whether it is problems in the job or whether it's your own personal problems. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So I'm going to give you a problem, right? So next slide, please. Please touch this point on the screen. I'll just give you a few seconds to do that. Okay. I'm sure many of you would have used your index finger of your right hand if you're a right-handed person, or the index finger of your left hand and touch the point. But I never told you that you have to use your hand and touch the point. You could have used your nose and touched the point. You could have used your feet and touched the point, right? You could have used your shoulder and touched the point. You could have used your little finger of your hand and touched the point, right? There are so many alternatives, but what did we do? We are creatures of habit. We did what is expected of us, but life is not very easy. When our students go out in the real world, there are challenges. There are a lot of challenges. And the routine problem solving of something as simple as touching a point in the wall is not going to help them, right? Today's world is uncompromising. See what COVID brought to us, right? Innovation, creativity, everything. That is what we should be teaching our students. We should be teaching our students that, look, when you are given a problem, right? There's no the one solution. There is no other right solution. Storm your brain and see that you get as many solutions as possible. Now, it's a challenge for a teacher because usually many of us in institutions are supposed to teach children or students the right things, right? But in today's world, there's nothing called the right or the wrong. We have to make their brains flexible enough so that they figure out the right and the wrong. For that, they have to have freedom to choose and do things differently. How much we can do it? Yes, we can in the scope of the syllabus, within the scope of the syllabus or the curriculum which we have. We have this unique ability as teachers to do it. But are we doing it? That's the question, right? Next slide, please. Okay, can you find the mistake in this? I'm sure you would have seen the mistake is, some of you would have spotted it. It is the or the mistake, right? But most of us would be drawn towards the numbers, right? So obviously, that is what catches our attention. And usually in a classroom, maybe all the information which we impart to the students are not useful. Now, what is useful and what is not useful, we'll have to leave it to the student. Anyway, next slide, please. Okay, we're talking of brain engineering. Next slide. Okay. Recently, you'll have to, can you move a little? Yeah. Okay. We have one leading industrialist in India, right? And he owns a very huge automobile company. I'm sure Mexico is known for its automobile factories, right? And India also have some good automobile factories. And this man donated 10 million to Harvard. And he was talking about brain engineering. And as the previous speaker was also emphasizing, holistic development of the human being means new neural connections. And he gave 10 million to Harvard, the Harvard University. And the Harvard University named the Humanities Center as Mahindra Humanities Center at Harvard, right? But what he was emphasizing is, if we are teaching engineering to students, we will also have to mix with it certain other subjects, because no subject is independent now, right? Subjects are no longer strictly in boundaries like engineering, medicine, or physics, chemistry, or science, or something like that. When you're talking of science, you'll have to talk of history. When you're talking of engineering, you might have to talk of liberal arts, because today's world is a mix. And it is those students who will go out capable in this world, ready to handle problems with a holistic perspective. Next slide, please. Okay, so usually many of my students are, when they walk into my university after the schooling, would look like this, right? Not wondering what's there, what's happening. And because the schooling system in India is a little different from the college, the university system. So what I tell my students is they have to explore, right? Next slide, please. And I give them the example of Amazon Alexa, right, which is in most of our homes, which answers most of our question, and which is expected to replace a teacher in the next 10 years, right? So this is a possibility. Google, Amazon, I mean, these companies, Apple and all this, Apple Siri, all that is going to replace a teacher. So we are not, no one needs, need to ask a teacher to know something, which maybe 10 years back we used to do. Next slide. Okay, so I got a TV remote at home, and I got a set-top box which works with the TV to catch my signals and telecast various channels at home. Now this costs about $2 to $3, right? American dollars, right? And let us say around 200 or 150 Indian rupees. Now, I had two remotes with me, and I was asking the technician who walked into my home to install this as to what am I going to do with two remotes? I just need one. Already I have a problem of losing my remote and misplacing it somewhere. And he said, don't worry, Vipin. I will basically be teaching one remote what the other remote would do. And he kept these two remotes in front of each other and basically taught what this remote was into this remote. Now, this is with just a $2 to $3 instrument. Are we going to teach that to the students? Are our students just worth that? We will have to question ourselves. Next slide. Okay, so there's a Clay Shirky of the IBM found that there are about a trillion hours of free time which the world has. So they did a calculation where they took all the human beings in the planet and they tried to work out how much of free time or how much of brain wastage or how much of energy is going waste every time the brain is not utilized. So they say we don't utilize it at all. We have to train our students as teachers to utilize that. Next slide. Okay, why? Next slide, please. Okay. You can ask yourself this question, right? Why did we do all the things which we have done till now? Why did we study? Why did we get our degrees? Why did we get married? Why did we have children? Why are we going for our jobs, right? Why are we doing what we want to do? Maybe the question is, we are doing everything for being happy. After all, every human being wants to be happy. I don't think anyone chooses to be unhappy, right? So it's all a question of being happiness. So in the late 1990s, a group of Israeli scientists, right? Next slide, please, found out the happiness molecule, and they gave it an Indian name, right? Ananda amide. That's the chemical composition, but Ananda means bliss. And basically, Anandamide means releasing the molecule, the happiness molecule, which basically creates the urge to learn. And if learning can give you a happiness, I'm sure every student would embrace it. Now, what I do in my own classroom as a teacher is I find ways to make students happy, not by showing them a movie or something like that, but creating the excitement in my own subject. And I make it exciting for them. Then They're no longer attracted to the mobile phones, at least when I take the class, right? They are more attracted to my lectures, to my sessions, rather than being attracted to the mobile phones, right? So the whole question is, are we releasing Anandamide? Next slide. Yeah, so it's not a question that you can get Anandamide from the outside, but there's some information. You can always get the Anandamide from outside. That is why youngsters go into drugs. Now, when someone takes a drug, right, like ganja or any other drug, any of these drugs which young students or young children use, it creates the same effect of Anandamide. That is, it takes you to a high. Now, the whole question for a teacher is, can you make the subject so interesting that it can replace the drug, which gives you a high? Now, if mechanical engineering, or if science, or if math, or if English can give your student a high, I'm sure he wouldn't be into any of these bad habits. He would be addicted to your own subject. And that's what you want students to be, so that they can use it and leverage it into solving problems in this world. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide, because we might not have time. Next slide. I'm sorry, we're just skipping over slides, but I can share these slides with you. The whole brain model, that's what we have been talking about a lot. Next slide. I just want to go straight over. No, next slide, please. Right, because I wanted to share a lot of information. Yeah, so this is the goat, right? Now, I'm sure all our students and all we human beings are much more capable than the goat. But then even the goat is very creative, because it knows that if it has to get up to the tree, it will have to climb on this motorcycle or the scooter and stand on the handlebar and then reach out to that. But a goat has just about 10,000 odd neurons, and we have nearly 1,000 times or 100,000 times more capacity. Are we utilizing it? Next slide. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. So this is just a chicken or a hen. Next slide. Right? Next slide. Next slide. The chicken or hen is changed, right? And next slide. Right? What we are trying to do is convert the chicken into something which is called, next slide. Yeah, a dish which is favorite in India, right? Chicken masala. Okay, next slide. Yeah, we are trying to add value. The whole question is, are we adding value, right? Now, when we teach a subject to our students, we will also have to train them how the subject is going to add value to their life, and how the subject is going to add value to the world as such, to the country as such, right? It's so important, because the whole job of a teacher is to train the students into adding value, so that the student is programmed into that. Next slide. Yeah, did you know everything was created twice? Once in the human brain as imagination, and then again in the real world. Next. And that's what these inventors thought. Thomas Alva Edison on the left side, Henry Ford on the middle, and can you guess the third person? Right? Mr. Firestone, the inventor of the rubber tires for automobiles. Next slide. Yeah, if you look at around this, the world around, just when we walk outside, we will find that every human being is different. And we have just the similar education system for each and every human being, right? Each and every student. Very difficult, isn't it? So you will have to, tailor make it in such a way that the shoe fits everyone, but at the same time, we enhance their uniqueness. Next slide. Yeah, so are we looking for problems, or are we looking for opportunities or challenges? Next slide. Yeah, so what I do usually when I walk into the class for the first time to teach subject, which is engineering or what I do, I ask the student to list out 3 things they love about the subject, right? If you're entering into a class for the first time to teach math, you have to ask the students what they love about mathematics. You can do that after a few classes too, if you're doing it for the first time. But please ask students to list out what they love, because when we do something we love, we go beyond boundaries. We push our capabilities. We can do anything, because after all, when we are in love, we go out of the way, isn't it, to do things. The same when you are in love with a subject. Next slide. Yeah, so I ask students to write an acrostic poem about the subject. For example, can you move the slide, please? Yeah, an acrostic poem is written using your first names. Yeah. For example, yes, please go ahead till the end of the slide. Yeah, I wrote an acrostic poem for my wife. Her name is Priya, right? Priya. That is her name. And I just gave it to her a few years back, and she was impressed, right? Pretty eyes, rigorous worker, idea generator, young hearted, and always polite. Now, can you write an acrostic poem on math? Can you ask students to write an acrostic poem on English? Englisha. Or can you ask students to write an acrostic poem on science? This is what creates new neural connections. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. For example, the days of the week. Something as simple as this. If you ask a student the days of the week, he would say, obviously, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Now, you can ask students, can you immediately recall it in the alphabetical order? Right? Now that's the twist. That's where new neural connections are created. Next. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, for example, this is the number 9 in Roman letters, right? Can you add one line and make this number 6? I'm sure some of you would have got it. It is S, right? But then most of us may not have got it, because for us, the moment we say add a line, it means a straight line. But I never told it's a straight line. A curved line can also be a line, right? So you have to add the number S. Next slide, please. Right. We have, 85491 as a number sequence. Can you guess the other two numbers? You can put it in the chat box if you're getting the answer, right? Okay, I give you the answer. Yeah, 6. Okay, then is it 6? I don't think so. Can you move the slide, please? Yeah, it's 7 and 6. I'll tell you the reasoning behind this, right? No, it's not 1, 2, and 10. The reasoning behind this is 8, 5, 4, 9, and 1 are numbers, right? Now, our habit says the moment we see numbers, that means it's a mathematical problem. It's a math problem. It's nothing to do with anything else. The moment we start thinking like that, we are programming our minds and making it habituated into thinking in a very, narrow area. You will have to broaden your perspective. Now, why is it that when you talk of numbers, it should be a math problem? It can be an English problem. It can be a language problem, isn't it? Can you open up your minds? Can we broaden the minds? For example, 8, 5, 4, 9, and 1 are arranged in the alphabetical order. A, B, C, D, no numbers. E, 8. F, 5. F, O, 4. GHIJKLM 9, O 1, and then is S. SE is 7 and SI is 6. That's how it is in the alphabetical order in a dictionary. So this is what we mean by using the whole brain, creating new neural connections. Assumptions are the most dangerous thing in a student's life. So we will have to train our students into not assuming anything, Assumptions are good enough if you are doing some research, and for certain developing certain theories, you need some assumptions. But basically, assumptions prevent us from thinking new. Assumptions prevent us from creating new neural connections in the human brain. I think I have about 5 minutes left. Can you go to the next slide? I will share this presentation with all of you, right? So you can see the other slide. How many seconds are there in a year? Advance the slide, please. If it's a leap year, unless it's a leap year, it's 365 multiplied by 24 by 60 by 60. You know, you get that, you do that calculation and get it. But what are the other answers? Next slide. Yeah, next, advance, please. Yeah, 12. 2nd of Jan, 2nd of Feb. Next slide. 2 seconds to say a year, right? So why don't we think of these answers? It is said that for every problem in our life, whether it is in our own careers or whether it is subject problems or whether it is our personal problems, there are at least 3 to 4 solutions. There can't be a problem without a solution. That's how it is, right? That's the reality. Even COVID, right? There has to be a solution. But the moment we have a problem, whether it is a simple problem or a complicated problem, we immediately think of the obvious solution. Now, as teachers, we have to train our own brains and our own mind into seeing that the students don't think like that. Let them think of all the possibilities. Next slide, please. Yeah, I'm going to ask you, show you a number sequence quickly, right? Next, advance it, please. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to, I'm just going to show it to you for a second. And can you immediately, I am going to take it off, right? Can you go back on the slide? Yeah, it's disappeared. Can you remember? No, the next slide, right? Yes, right. Thank you very much, right? Can you remember this? Right? So what the brain has to be trained is basically finding out the similarities. Just like we are all different, we are all similar in a way, right? Mexicans love spicy food. We Indians too love spicy food, right? There's so many similarities between a Mexican and an Indian. You have black hair. We too have black hair, right? There's so many similarities, but we are different at the same time too, right? It's those differences which makes us unique. It is those similarities which binds us. That is what we'll have to train our student. For example, can you advance it once, the slide? Yeah, if you look at the number sequence and just see it as a number sequence, we will not remember this. But if you look at it from the point of view as it is all squares of numbers, 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, 3 into 3 is 9, 4 square is 16, 5 square is 25, 36, 49, 64, 81, and 100. You can find the link and remember these numbers. When I do sessions for students on memory, I give them exercises or activities like this, and I train their minds to recollect things using new neural wiring. So that new neural wiring basically means that they remember everything. I learned this from a professor who once used to come to teach me a subject, and we had about 70 students, 70 students in my class. And I found that this person, after the first 2-3 days, he didn't need the attendance book to take attendance. He could recollect all the 70 names, which I thought was amazing for a teacher, right? I recently met a very senior person in a company, and that person could recollect 3,000 names of his employees, which was mind-boggling. I can't remember, so many, but this man could recollect by name 3,000 employees who work in his organization. Amazing, isn't it? Because the most sweetest sound for an individual is his or her name. Next slide, please. I think we are nearly into time. can you go to the end of the presentation? Quickly skip the slides, right? Yeah, I will share these, slides with everyone, right? Okay, you can do some brain gym. You have activities on perception, which I was planning, right? You have an image. You have an activity on brain rewiring. You have an activity on finding the colors. Yeah, which I will leave it. And you have, yes. Can you just stop? Yeah. We come to the end of the slide before I back. Yeah, great. So action steps. Now, as teachers, we have this wonderful conference organized by Dave and his, entire team. They have put in so much of effort, right? Now, what are we as teachers supposed to do? I've been listening at some of the lectures. They are just amazing because of kind of variety which is being offered. So the action step is, it has been proved scientifically that anything which we learn, if not implemented in the next 24 to 48 hours, we will never ever implement it in our life, right? So when we pick up something from the conference, the idea is to immediately implement it in the next 24 or 48 hours in our own work or in our own career or somewhere, just implement it, right? Because any knowledge which is not implemented is gone forever. So when I train my students and I tell them about a mechanism in engineering, I ask them, the next 24 to 48 hours, just keep their eyes and ears open and find out where this mechanism is used. And they come back to me with great observations which, as a senior teacher, I can't even imagine. That shows the capability of young students, young champions. I'm sure every one of our student is a champion. Maybe they're conditioned into not becoming champions, maybe becoming lazy or something. But personally, as a teacher, I believe that there are never any bad students. There can only be bad teachers. Thank you very much. Hope the presentation was useful to you. I'm ready for questions. Anything?
Thank you for such valuable information, Dr. Kanan. We will go ahead and take some time for questions.
Yep.
So we're going to waiting for some questions and comments.
Yeah, comments are there.
Okay. Yeah, really interesting.
Oh, thank you. I've seen assumptions make us stop thinking new. Okay, thank you. I used to give a class called Brain Skill Development. It was about this kind of exercises for not only for English, also for the career development. Yes. Oh, thanks a lot. Right. Looking forward to, you can write to me. I have my email ID in the last part of the presentation, which maybe it was missed, but you can get it from the organizers, right?
Okay,
Or
so
I can spell it out, right?
Ana
Okay.
Castillo has a question. She said, are there any suggestions or what to read or to learn about rewiring?
Okay. So there are two suggestions. One I would say is to use your non-dominant hand more often. For example, if you are a right-handed person, you basically use your right hand for writing and all the other activities. Let us say you take a TV remote and you use your right hand. You open the door of the lock of a door using your right hand. Start using your left hand. Automatically, the other part of your brain, the connections are opposite, the wired opposite, right? The left side of our body is connected to the right side of the brain, and the right side of our body is connected to the left side of our brain. So start using these non-dominant hands. Plus, every day, spend about 10 to 15 minutes exercising your brains by doing activities like I have shared in the presentation. I will ask, I will request the organizers to share my presentation, and the activities are clearly described. They call brain gym or brain rewiring activities. And I would suggest that whether we are students or whether we are teachers, if we are teachers and if we are senior teachers, we must do brain rewiring because that keeps our brain alert. And personally, I feel if we keep our brains fresh and energetic, we look younger too, right? I've been feeling that as a teacher, right? And I feel that I'm not a senior teacher when I walk into a class, right? I feel many, many years younger, even though I may be age wise older. So these are the exercises. Where can you get more exercises like these? Oh, yes, Google, obviously, right? So when you don't know anything, just go to Google, right? Google has nearly everything. But if not, please mail me. I would love to share some of these exercises with my fellow teachers. After all, there are just for two things. If you share, it multiplies. One is love, one is knowledge. I always believe that as a teacher. I always believe that both love and knowledge has to be shared. The more you share, the more it multiplies because the mathematics of love and knowledge are different. In conventional math, when you divide something, it reduces. But for love and knowledge, when you divide it, it multiplies or it increases.
Okay, thanks. We have another question.
Yeah.
Um, Hector Noriega, according to you, when should these strategies be implemented in school? I mean, what age? Because when we receive the students, they are not accustomed to it.
Okay. I would say at the age of 10 to 12, that would be the ideal age. Till that time, allow the student to explore. In India, for example, when a student is around 10 to 10 years or 11 years of age, he or she is in the fourth or fifth grade, right? Usually in the fifth grade, right? We call it fifth standard in India, right? It's a fifth grade. And till that time, I feel that we shouldn't box our students, right? Their brains should flower, just like a flower flowers or a tree grows. It should grow on its own, right? We shouldn't put boundaries. Now it is only after fifth grade we need to do that structuring, right? And that's the right age for doing structuring. In fact, in India we have some of these traditional dance forms and so many ways of training our students, and we always feel that 10 or 11 years old is the right age to implement.
Okay, thanks. Um, Lara,
Yeah.
Blanca. Okay, so the question is, how many hours do you recommend to practice those kind of activities with our students through workshops, for example?
Oh, yeah. Lara. Hi, Lara. She's my friend, right? And I would suggest that it all depends on the energy you have with the students, right? If the students are willing to spend some more time with you, there is no restriction that you should do it for 1 hour or half an hour or something like that. In India, we have a saying that uh, anything which is more, right? It's in an Indian language, but I'm translating it into English, right? I'm trying to translate it. And it says that even if you drink nectar, if too much of nectar is a poison, right? So anything which is good is fine, but too much of that would not maybe create the desired effect. So I would say just about 10 to 15 minutes of these activities every day, right, is enough. But if you have the time and if the students are eager for more and if they have the energy, because some of these activities can be energy sapping, right? Because brain consumes a lot of blood. Now, when we activate our brains, a lot of blood from the heart flows to the brain, right? So it increases the metabolic rate, students feel hungry, and a lot of activity happens, even though physically we may not be exerting ourselves. So I would suggest 15 minutes to 30 minutes would be right. But if you have more time, and just like a marathon runner, if the students are game for it, go ahead, Lara. Choice is
Uh,
yours.
thanks for your answers. I think this is the last one. So thanks a lot, Dr.
Thank you.
Wittingen. It
Thank
was a
you.
huge pleasure having you with us today. Everyone, remember we have two more presentations for our closing day. Until next time, thanks
Bye.
for everything. Thanks.
Bye. Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's third session. My name is Estefania Velasquez, and I will be your host for this presentation. Today, we'll be hearing from Dr. Joel Bates with the topic Begin Again, planning a remote course all the way from Canada. Joel Bates is the director for the Center for Teaching and Learning at Trent University. He is also an associate professor in the Department of English Literature, an award-winning teacher, and the author of Battle Lines, Canadian Poetry in English in the First World War. Please welcome him.
Hi, Fanny. Thank you very much for having me here. Thank you to all of you for being out there. I want to start with two notes of gratitude. The first note of gratitude, what is starting to be custom here in Canada, is to offer a land acknowledgement for the land on which I've done this work. And I live and work in Toronto. The main campus for Trent University is in Peterborough, but I live and work in Toronto, and Toronto is Dish with One Spoon territory. The Dish with One Spoon is a treaty between the Anishinaabe, the Mississaugas, and the Haudenosaunee that bound them together and to share the territory and protect the land. And subsequent Indigenous nations and peoples, Europeans, and all newcomers were invited into this treaty in the spirit of peace and friendship and respect. I am going to try and continue that generosity. I know I've benefited from it. My family benefits from it. And I want to try to honor the teachings of our first peoples and their care for about the land. So that's one note of gratitude. I also wanted to say another note of gratitude to David and Fanny for organizing this wonderful conference. I know there's probably a whole team of people that I haven't seen or met yet. And I wanted to say thank you for inviting me, but organizing this conference. This is a tremendous amount of work. And I'm so glad that you're all a part of it. I can see here the welcomes. That's very friendly of you all to welcome me with such warmth. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that warm welcome. I am going to, and I think Fanny is there. I think it's best if I share my screen and then I can take people through my slides. If this is not working, Fanny, please let me know. I am going to, it's easiest with two monitors. I'm going to share my screen. Well, let's see if I can do it. This worked well in practice, didn't it? Fanny, I'm just going to double check with you. I don't know if you're able to chime in. When I show my slides here, is that possible that everybody can see it?
Hi, Joel. Yes.
Hi. Okay. Thank you very much.
That's
See, this is
okay.
why you had me practice ahead of time, right? And then and then I still managed to stumble here at the starting block. Not through your fault, through mine.
No, it's okay.
Okay. So go ahead.
Sorry, are you sharing your screen already?
I am. Is it showing up?
No, not yet. We have the other PC.
Okay.
But we can take you. Just let us know to go on to the next slide, and we can help you.
Okay,
with that.
maybe that's the way we'll do it then. Okay. Thank you very much. Let me get my screen sorted. Thank you for your flexibility here and your patience, everyone. Fanny, if you could move to the next slide, that would be wonderful. The slide that has the discovery on it. Super. Thank you very much. So as Fanny was mentioning, when I am the director for the Center of Teaching and Learning at Trent University, I am also an associate professor in the Department of English Literature. And it's not a hazard, it's a benefit. One of the benefits, one of the joys is that when people find out that I'm a professor of literature, they usually say to me, Joel, what should I be reading? I am an algorithm, a Netflix algorithm, but for books. And I'm always being asked for recommendations for books that people should be reading. And I love that. And nobody asked for this today, but I want to share a poem with you that means something to me and for the situation that I'm finding myself in and some of my faculty are facing as well. I wanted to find a poem that speaks about the situation that I'm in. And it comes from a poet from Toronto named Gwendolyn McEwen. And Gwendolyn McEwen wrote in the 1960s, way back in the 1960s. And she was interested in dreams and myths and mysteries. And she wrote about ancient societies and mystical philosophers. And one of my favorite poems is The Discovery. It comes from a collection of poetry called The Shadow Maker. And in that poem, the persona offers instructions to some unnamed explorer who thinks that he has found all the answers just because he has named a few places and believes he has arrived at his destination. But the persona, the person who is speaking in the poem, says, keep going. Get rid of your maps. Look again, she says. And then this on the slide is how the poem ends. I mean, the moment when it seems most plain is the moment when you must begin again. The moment when it seems most plain is the moment when you must begin again. That idea that we must begin again when things seem most plain is one idea that might be familiar to you as you're thinking about what it means to teach online or to teach remotely. It certainly sums up the situation that I find myself in and that some of the faculty at Trent University has found themselves in. They might be feeling confident about their in-person teaching, but there's a sense of beginning again when we move or shift to this online learning. Just when we think we have things under control or under wraps, we have to start over or think anew or think differently about our teaching. And I want to speak with you today about how we in the Center for Teaching and Learning have helped our faculty begin again, or learn or relearn parts of their teaching because they're doing it online or at a distance now. In March, our university canceled in-person classes and moved in-person classes into a remote format. And we've been teaching online throughout the summer, and we'll be doing so when the fall term starts in about 10 days. Whew, I had to take a deep breath there. Yes, when it starts in about 10 days. And I'm the director for the Center for Teaching and Learning, and it's been our job, better yet, it's been our delight to help faculty think about what it means to teach remotely, to begin again, to translate what they do in in-person classes to what they can do online. And we've held workshops throughout the summer. We've set up a system where faculty can get one-on-one consultations. And what I want to share with you today is a process that I've designed, certainly with help with people from our online component. I'm thinking of one person very much in particular, Maureen Glynn on our team, that I want to acknowledge that she was instrumental in helping out me develop this process, as well as Ian Thompson. And I want to share with you the process that we've shared with our faculty in the hopes that it might help you as you're thinking about remote teaching or online teaching. So many of the processes that you can find out there, so many of the processes out there, I would say, give people a sense of ingredients. And what I wanted to find for my faculty, is a recipe that they could follow. Not just what the ingredients are for a good online course, but what is a recipe or a step-by-step process that they could walk themselves through in order to build, to develop, to deliver effective remote courses for our students. Now, some of this process, I'm guessing, I have a hunch, will be familiar for you. That there are some basics or some fundamentals for teaching that I'll have to go over. But my hope is that by going over or going through those fundamental steps, those ones that are probably familiar to a lot of you, we'll get to that new part, the part where what it means to to select and build learning activities. That's a new part that I want to spend a lot of time on, that's unique to our institution, that I think might help you in the kind of teaching that you're learning and that you're asked to do in the upcoming weeks. When I'm speaking with I say my faculty as if I'm in charge of them. I very much support them. But when I'm speaking with my colleagues, when I'm speaking with the faculty that I get to work with, I hear that they're most worried about losing a connection with students. And so I want to talk about some of what's lost in remote teaching. And Fanny, this would be a great time to go to the next slide if it's possible. So I certainly want to talk about what's missing in remote teaching, what people feel like they're lost. I want to talk what they're losing, what I've heard from faculty. I want to also talk about the importance of planning and why planning is essential, especially when we have so little time. I think sometimes we think when we have so little time, we'll skip over the planning parts and just get to the doing, the action steps. And I think it's even more important when we have so little time and so few resources, time being one of those resources, that we are even more planned than when we would otherwise have to be. I want to talk about what it means to select learning activities for our online or remote courses. And then I want to talk a little bit about what instructors or students are saying about this process that I've had a hand in putting together, but also what the faculty at Trent University are starting to use. So that'll be some of their response or their effectiveness. Fanny, would you please go to the next slide? So when I talk with my colleagues about what they feel they're losing when they're moving into a remote format or online format, and maybe I should just spend a moment talking about why I'm using both of those terms. Remote teaching, online teaching at Trent University benefits from a robust development process. And not everybody has time for that robust development process. Usually 16 weeks, you're working with a team of people, you're developing a really complex course. Remote teaching adapts a lot of those, at least in our definition of it, adapts a lot of the good principles, the wise practices that goes into online teaching, but it's something that the instructor develops on their own. So that's why I use both terms, and really we can think of them as being synonyms or synonymous with one another. But when I talk with faculty about what they're worried about when it comes to remote teaching or online teaching, they talk about the loss of connection with students, that chance to see their foreheads crinkle when they don't quite get an idea, or the chance to see that, wait a second, people just aren't bringing books to classes anymore. I need to remind them to bring the books, or that extemporaneous explanation of an assignment because someone was courageous enough to raise their hand and ask or to say, I don't know how to do this. Could you help me out one more time? And they worry about losing that connection with students, feeling that excitement in the room as the temperature rises because there is great enthusiasm for the ideas that are circulating. And there's good reason for that. Someone who has written long and well about online learning, and this is Tony Bates, great last name, but spelt differently than mine. His is Bates, if you're wanting to look him up. He talks about online learning, or one of the challenges in online learning is that it's very frequently thought to be isolated learning, that people are isolated or distanced from the instructor, sometimes from the material, and sometimes from their fellow students. And so the job of really good online learning is to figure out, be really deliberate about how we can create those connections between students and the instructor, between students and the material, between students and one another. If we were social media theorists, we'd talk about decontextualized communication. What frequently happens online is that we're removed from the context that we usually rely on to interpret what each other is saying. You know, the body language, the vocal intonation, the way we say something, or the way we sit when we say something. Instead, what we have decontextualized communication. All those contexts are removed. And so we have a very narrow part. Sometimes it's just words on a screen, a very narrow part of how to interpret or what to interpret. And that can sometimes lead to misunderstanding. And faculty, teachers of all kinds, I think, are worried when we move into online learning that we're encouraging isolated learning, or we're only dealing with decontextualized communication. And it's in those moments when I think about what we're losing that I remember the meaning of education. And in education, the word to educate has a Latin root. The ancient language of Latin, one that nobody speaks or very few people speak anymore. But education comes from the Latin word to lead from, which means to lead from. And so when I'm thinking about education, I'm thinking about what do we need to do to lead students from one set of ideas and skills to another set of ideas and skills over there. How can we guide them on that journey that is learning, that is there embedded in the meaning of the word education, or at least its etymological root? And it's for that reason why planning becomes so important for online learning, because we're not always there. We're not always in the room with students. We're not always getting the fulsome version of their communication. We have the decontextualized communication. We have that chance that isolated learning will occur. So our planning needs to be even more conscious, deliberate, of how we're going to build the connections between ourselves and students and the material, and students and one another. And it's also what we need to have our courses, what I've told our faculty, to have our courses structured in such a way that it's going to guide students along the journey that is learning. And that's taken a bit of convincing, I think, because we're having to do more planning early on rather than the planning that happens throughout the year. I think in my context, certainly I'll have all the readings laid out, I'll have the assignments laid out, but I would think about a day or two ahead of the class what we're going to talk about exactly, or how we're going to tackle a particular issue in the class that we're about to enter into. Instead, we're having to do some of that planning earlier, and that takes place usually in remote teaching or online teaching, that a lot of the planning happens, or more of the planning happens up front. Fanny, would you please go to the next slide? Thank you. So this is a 6-step process that I've shared with our faculty on how to design a remote course. And this, I think, is a fairly straightforward process. And I don't think there should be too many surprises here. That we'd want to spend some time defining learning goals for the course. We'd want to organize the course into components, and I'll talk more about what those components could be, and define the learning goals for each part. Then create a course plan by selecting learning activities and materials. We want to make sure that the assessments evaluate the appropriate knowledge or skills, the ones we've set out in the learning goals, develop those materials, and load and test the materials. So this is a 6-step process that I think, should be fairly familiar to some of you. But it's a structure or that recipe that I was talking about that I've wanted to supply the faculty that I work with so that they can almost operate as a checklist. Okay, what do I have to do next? And Fanny, if you could go to the next slide, I want to spend time talking about these first 3 steps because I think they're some of the most challenging, even though we feel like we might be familiar with them. Right? And I want to spend the rest of this presentation talking about these first 3 steps, why they're so important, and how they, I hope, knock on wood, help you as you plan for your teaching that is likely to be online or remote, I understand. So define learning goals for the course. Fanny, if you could go to the next slide, please. I've had wonderful conversations with people from within the School of Education at Trent University about the challenges of writing a learning goal, right? That sometimes we're assuming that students will get to a place that they can't really get to, or, should we call them learning goals or learning outcomes, or how do we actually judge what students learn? I take all that. I understand the debate, and yet I remain an optimist. And I think if we're going to think about education as a journey, we have to define the destination. We have to say, here's where I want you as students to go. Here's where I'm trying to guide you to. So I do write learning goals, and I'm optimistic when I write them. So I usually start with a phrase that says, by participating in this course, you will. And then I try to fill in that following phrase. And I fill in that following phrase with a piece of knowledge, an idea, or a skill. Sometimes it's a belief. So sometimes it's a feeling or an emotion, right? What I tell faculty that I'm working with in the workshops, I say that one of the goals of these workshops is that you can feel more confident in teaching remotely or online. And that's a belief, right? I want them to believe in their confidence and their ability to do so. I very rarely have that in an academic setting, a belief, but that's my choice. And I'm sure we all have different levels of flexibility with setting our course goals. But even if I were, say, a high school teacher, I'd still want to be clear about what I want students to learn in that particular class, so it lines up with the overall curricular goals that govern the entire class or the course. So I start there, and I'm going to give you an example here. Fanny, could you go to the next slide, please? So this is a sample of goals. I have taught in a communications program, and I taught a course called on happiness. So we started with this giant question. What does it take to be happy? And we read from a number of different disciplines. We read from psychology and philosophy and sociology and economics and political science and gender studies. And we took all these wonderful answers to that question, what does it take to be happy? And we tried to bring them together for students so they could develop their own understanding. It was an introduction, really, in disguise to interdisciplinary thinking. And so these were the learning goals for that course. And what I wanted to do for this particular exercise today, or this particular presentation, is to use these goals as an example for if I were building my own course, right? If I were building my own online course or my online version of this particular course. And so I'd look at these goals, I'd write them out, and I'd look at these goals and I'd say, okay, I'd think about the next step. Given these goals, what does it mean, or how does that mean I would want to, what word am I looking for? How does that mean I should be dividing up my course? So the main goal here is that I want to introduce people to different versions or explanations or forms and causes of correlations for happiness. And I want to do that by separating, Fanny, you can go to the next slide, please. By separating, given those goals, I would separate the online course into 6 different modules. There's no magic to the word modules here, right? I had a wonderful colleague say, Joel, why are you using the word module? There is no incredible explanation for that. or there's no great reason for that. The system, the learning management system that we use uses modules. You could use units, weeks, lessons. You could have units and then individual lessons within each one. But if I were to teach this first year university course in happiness, I would choose to divide it into 6 modules. I'd release a module every 2 weeks for students to work through. There would be some asynchronous components, so components they could work on their own, videos they could watch that I would record, but there'd also be some synchronous meetings as well. In these modules, I would try to separate them out. Module 1 on the science of happiness, module 2 on the philosophical traditions of happiness, the market of happiness, the religion of happiness, and they'd get these modules every 2 weeks. Now, the challenge, of course, would be within the modules, because I want them to start to integrate their answers. This is a course in some ways on knowledge integration rather than on knowledge acquisition, on knowledge integration. How do we get different disciplines speaking to one another? That I would have them, the work that I would have to do as an instructor is to show them the connections between the philosophical traditions and the science of happiness, for example. But I would know that going in. So that is really so far part of, we're up to, if we can think all the way back to that previous slide, in the 6 steps, we're sort of halfway through step 2 there. Decide on how we would divide our course into its component parts. And I have seen, oh, Fanny, you can go to the next slide. And I have seen, thank you very much. I've seen people make different choices. Some people still follow the weekly calendar. Some people still follow modules. Some people follow units. Whatever you want to label those groupings, and some of us have different levels of autonomy to make those decisions. I think it's dictated by what your course goals are in those cases. The next step, or the next challenge, is that I would write a goal for each module, right? So that I knew if I was going to choose a learning activity, I would choose the right learning activities. So Fanny, could you please go to the next slide? So here's module 2. This is an example for the philosophers in the room. This example might speak directly to you. But for module 2, I'd write out these particular goals. The philosophical traditions of happiness is module 2. By participating in this module, you will understand the 2 main philosophical traditions when it comes to happiness: utilitarianism and virtue. So utilitarianism represented by Jeremy Bentham, virtue represented, in my course at least, by Aristotle. And then understand that those philosophical traditions shape current debates about happiness. So part of that class, I would be saying to myself, part of that class has to be devoted to understanding the philosophical traditions, but then thinking about how they apply or explain to our quote unquote real world situation. I hope what's also clear here in the goals is that I'm not identifying learning activities. So I'm not saying, and we're going to participate in a debate, or I'm not saying we're going to fill out a survey, or we're going to work on some sort of practice exercise. Those are learning activities. I'm trying to think about what the goals are. And the goals, depending on your discipline, whether you're teaching English as a second language, whether you're teaching chemistry, whether you're teaching a course on happiness or poetry, those goals, my 2 cents would be, you'd always want to specify, right? So that you know which learning activities will work well or match up or help bring people to that destination that you want to guide them to. So I've covered so far those first 2 steps, that we noted much earlier in the slides. And the first step was identify the learning goals. And the second step was to divide the course into its component parts, whatever its unit designation might be: modules, weeks, lessons, and so on. The third step is to design or select learning activities. This is the unique part, I think, of what we've been sharing with our faculty and then what we've been sharing with you. What we created was a menu for faculty to start to choose the learning activities. Fanny, would you please go to the next slide? What we had faculty think about, I better use the word consider since think about is on the slides here. To consider is structuring their modules according to this pattern of learning activities. To choose learning activities that encourage students to think about a particular topic, that encourage students then to read, watch, and listen to something, and then find activities that ask students to do something with whatever it is they've read, watched, or listened to. And there's good learning theory behind each of these stages, especially those first two, that these think about activities are designed to ask students to check in with their own assumptions or what they know about a particular topic. So there are a number of possibilities, but sometimes my habit, because it works well within when I teach literature, I start with, I call it a half truth. A statement might be, if you've read Waiting for Godot, might be, waiting for Godot, there is no hope in this play, right? And students sort of think and go, is there hope in that play? I'm not sure. Is there? I kind of agree and I kind of disagree with that statement. Or when I'm working with faculty in the first module, I started with a statement that said, online teaching and in-person teaching are exactly the same. Oh, well, that generated a lot of discussion because some people wanted to say, oh, no, it's not. Online teaching is totally different. And then other people would say, well, wait a second. The main things that we want to do when we teach online are the same main things that we do when we're in-person teaching. We want to, hear what students think. We want to help them develop new skills and new ideas. And we want to give them a chance to test out those skills and ideas. So those really are the same. So it generated, or at least allowed them to check in with what do they know, or what's their current state of thinking. Or if it's a particular skill, it might be a way in which you introduce, here's what we're going to be talking about. And you want to know this in order to solve this particular problem. So people within chemistry within our university have been thinking about, okay, as a think about activity, I might introduce the particular kind of problem that we'll be working on this week. And if you want to know how to do this kind of problem, then stay tuned. And then there are a series of read, watch, and listen activities. And this depends, I'll get to exactly what some of these activities might be in a moment, but it might be reading a chapter within a textbook, or reading a chapter within a novel that you're going to be talking about, or watching a particular instructional video. Maybe it's a lecture that you've recorded, or maybe it's a class meeting that you're going to have everybody attend. And then, or maybe there's listening opportunities here, right? That you have a podcast or an audio cast that you're going to have them listen to. And sometimes with online teaching, they talk about the curation of materials rather than the delivery of content. I'm not sure I totally agree with that, but I get the point that in this read, watch, and listen, this is their chance to receive or get new understandings about the material. And then do. This is a series of activities that ask students to test out, to practice, to apply what they know. And sometimes it's quizzes, sometimes it's case studies, but sometimes it's going to a discussion board. But we want to give them a chance to apply what they know. Fanny, this would be a great time to go to the next slide, please. Now, this is a complicated slide. There's a lot of material here. But what's key here is that, or what we tried to do in the resource we developed for our faculty, is we took these different stages, think about, read, watch, and listen, and do, and we associated activities with each of these stages. So a good think about activity might be that thought-provoking statement, or it might be a thought-provoking image, or an analogy, or a story, or you're introducing the problem set that nobody in the room knows how to do yet, but you're going to explain how to do it throughout the week. And then you might introduce some read, watch, and listen activities in the next stage, articles that they might read, or a chapter in a textbook or a novel. There might be open education resources that you can point them to, videos or audio casts. And then you want students to do something with that new learning. Discussions, to go to a discussion board or discuss with everybody in the class. Maybe you want them to carry a reflective journal, a case study analysis, perhaps, is something that they try out, or presentations that they're going to give, or quizzes, or writing assignments. That we try to associate for our faculty the kinds of activities that would be possible at each of these stages. And what we did is we set up a menu that had in each of these categories. You know, I think menu is a great metaphor here because it was sort of appetizer, main course, dessert. But in this think about stage, we had a chart that had what the activity was, what the considerations were, and what the tech was that we could support at Trent University. So what technological tools could they use? This will become more apparent, Fanny, when you go to the next slide, please. So this is a screenshot of, do you see that address, that URL on the bottom of the screen? If you type that in, or even if you just asked your friend Google Trent CTL, you'd be taken to our Center for Teaching and Learning website, and you'd go through teaching resources to remote teaching resources, and eventually you'd find the selecting learning activities resource. But this is a screenshot of the tool that we put together, that menu that I've been talking about so far. And I want to invite you to look at it and think about it. Some of it might not be applicable to your particular teaching situation. It's designed for university instructors. And some of you are, and some of you are in different situations. I understand that. Some of the tools, the online tools and support resources may or may not be helpful. We've identified some open education resources, some image banks, for instance, that can give you open access images. But there'll be other tools here, like I'm looking at the Blackboard content. Blackboard is the learning management system we use. That's one way of tackling it. But I would invite you to look at that resource if you think it would be helpful. This is another moment at which I really want to acknowledge Maureen Glynn, because she helped me put this together. She helped me write the considerations section. Ian Thompson within our university helped me identify the tools that IT was willing to support. Fanny, could you please go to the next slide? So this next slide, I wanted to give you a sense of what is possible with this think about, read, watch, listen, and do structure. So this is an example of what might happen within a module for, I say course number 2 because I had, and you can find on our website, I think I offered 11 different possibilities or permutations, variations on a theme. And so for course number 2, there's no reason why it's called number 2, but for that course, we might think it's a humanities or a social science course. Think about, they might start with a think about activity, which is a brief recorded video introducing the module's main questions, but also answering questions from the previous week. So you sort of look to see what's happening in the course and say, I know there were some questions about this particular explanation of synecdoche or metonymy or of hydrogen dioxide or whatever, whatever the explanation is that students seem to be struggling with, and then introduce that topic. And then what this instructor might do is have students read and watch. They would write out their lectures, embed videos, have diagrams, maybe prompt questions, and then there would be discussion board responses. Another version of a course that's labeled here course number 6 might be more at home, or a plan that's more useful for, say, a science-based course. So they think the think about activity would be brief remarks introducing a hypothesis about the week's topics. So here's what I want you to consider, students, as you go through. Is it possible that, whatever that might be. Then this instructor wanted students to read a particular chapter, watch a series of instructional videos, do some low stakes quizzes, then watch a lab demonstration, and then problem solve some of the lab demonstration challenges. And that still maintains this structure of think about, read, watch, do, although there is a specific permutation. And what I've invited faculty to do is to adapt this structure for their own purposes. And they have. And it's been wonderful to watch. And it's also been wonderful to hear some of the responses from faculty and from students, because we've been working with faculty throughout since we went to remote teaching, to online teaching in March, but we also had the summer term. And so, Fanny, if you could go to the next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about responses from our faculty and students. One of the responses, it's been a social psychology course that Dr. Katia Kiefer has organized at Trent University. And she came to our workshops in April, worked on her course in the first summer term, just finished teaching it, and will teach it again in the fall. And she adapted that structure to suit her own purposes. I think instead of saying think about, she had focus on. Instead of read, watch, listen, I believe she had study. Instead of do, she had discuss. And then if there was a testing opportunity or a quiz, it was take this quiz. So it still followed that general structure, but the feedback she got was really reassuring. One, it was her own feedback that she took into account. She found it really easy to follow. So it gave her a step-by-step plan to follow week in and week out. But it was also helpful for our students, as our students are distanced from us, as there is that isolated learning. There should be, or what was helpful for them, a kind of rhythm. They knew what to expect each week because the activities followed the same kind of pattern. And that pattern was made explicit for them by Katia, so she could explain why they're doing a particular activity at a particular time, and help them understand why they were doing something, why they were doing that reading, why they were doing that particular activity. Because it helped to follow the pattern, but also accomplish those goals. So it gave her a structure that she could talk about with their students and give them a purpose for doing so. And the feedback she has told me is that students thought it was a really helpfully designed and structured course because they knew what was expected of them week in and week out. One of the challenges, I think, of teaching remotely or teaching online is that we always have to take a moment to remember to be silent when it's possible, that it's okay to have silence or space. So I tend to want to fill up that silence, but I think now is a moment just to sort of push back for a moment from my own chair. Also, I'll invite you to push back and sort of put on your thinking cap, sort of put your hand on the side of your head and think for a minute. But Fanny, this would be a wonderful time to entertain questions from my perspective, if that's all right with you.
Hi, Joel. Yes, we'll be getting on to the questions. Thank you so much for this significant information, which I'm pretty sure will be useful to everyone who is tuning in with us today. We're going to be looking at some questions in the comments section. So if anyone has anything that you want to particularly ask Dr. Joel, please leave it in our comments. For example, Elda Marin on YouTube mentions to us, looking for activities that students can apply to real life and taking into consideration the context they come from. All of these will help us to engage them. Mm-hmm. Blanca Roman Ortiz mentions, what a marvelous analogy, taking students through a trip. I will take this into account the next term.
That's wonderful to hear. I think sometimes we lose sight of that, right? That it is a trip or a journey, and we're there as guides and leaders, right? We are leaders there. But the student has to be willing to come to us, and you can't force them to come along. You can only encourage and create the opportunity for them to do so.
Okay. Let's see what else they comment. Helen Teacher mentions, beautiful poem. I have just read it. Thank you, Luz.
Oh, that makes my heart happy.
Saiva Lees mentions, I would like to contact teacher Joel Bates in order to get institutional agreements or interaction. Elizabeth Contreras Aguirre from Escuela Normal del Estado in San Luis Potosí.
I would welcome that. I might not be. You can send me a note, Joel Bates at trentu.ca. So JOELBAETZ at trentu.ca. You can send me an email, but I would probably forward that to the appropriate person in our institution.
Vicky Hidalgo Lopez tells us, it's an excellent explanation. Sometimes we are confused about the resources that we can use. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that one for a moment if it's possible. One of the conversations that we had as we were developing our support system for faculty was which should come first, pedagogy or technology? And of course, there's not one right answer there, but we chose to showcase pedagogy, what it means to do good teaching, and then figured out what tools we had available in order to do that. So what were the ideas or the principles that we wanted to follow? What were some of the learning activities, and then figure out what were the technological resources we could use to do that. And I think it's an iterative process, or you have to work on those both at the same time. But maybe if we start first with what our students need and what we want to teach, where we want them to go, then we can figure out what are the resources we have available or the technological tools that we have available that would help them. Thank you, Fanny.
No problem. No. How do you motivate students in a remote teaching course, from Enrique Batiz?
Oh gosh, thank you, Enrique. That is a major question, and I'll say that sort of the process that I introduced here this morning is the process that happens in the very first module in our workshop that we've been offering for faculty, and we talk about motivation or engagement in module 2. So we spend a whole 2 hours talking about motivation and engagement. And I sometimes believe that students will be motivated if they're hooked into or connected to the material, the instructor, or with each other. And my hunch is, and there's no research to define this, my hunch is you need at least 2 of the 3 in order to help students feel motivated, that they need to feel connected to the instructor or connected to one another or connected to the material. But the best advice, and this is not new advice, I'd say the text or the book that I've been relying on is Flower Darby, Small Teaching Online. Small Teaching Online. It's a very accessible text. Now, it's written for a university audience. Enrique, I'm not sure what your context is. I know we have a variety of people in the room. But I think her advice or her suggestions are really important for a number of teaching situations. And one of the best things that she recommends that one of the best things that instructors can do to help students stay engaged is to be present. I know that sounds sort of fundamental or obvious, but I think sometimes when we're distanced from our students, we feel like we don't need to be there, or maybe we'll just set up a few learning activities and then walk away. And we need to convey our presence and our concern for our students and their learning by showing up, by hosting online office hours. Maybe they're only drop-in office hours, or maybe we're going to convey our presence by responding to email questions when they have it, or maybe we're going to convey that we're there and we care about their learning by interacting with them on a discussion board or in a chat. That there are different ways to convey our presence, but I think they will remain or be motivated if they can have connection to us as instructors, or connection to the material, or even connection to one another. That's sometimes possible as well.
Thank you, Joe. Fidencio Lopez asks, one of the biggest challenges of teaching online is keeping students engaged throughout the class. Do you have any suggestions?
Oh, yeah, be present. I could just say cut and paste, but that's part of it, right? and I think there are other ways that you might check in or be connected with students is to check in with them, right? Is to say, how's it going? What I'm going to be doing in my own courses too is conveying trying to find ways to convey my personality. If I'm in an in-person class, I'll have jokes or I'll have stories that come from, my own situation that I'll be able to apply to what we're reading or talking about for that day. I'm going to have to find ways to do that when I'm teaching online as well, right? And I found that if I respond early and frequently, so if I respond frequently, especially early on in the course, the stronger the connection is between myself and my students, and the more likely it is that they'll stay engaged. I think that's also why I have found that think about activity that I was sketching out before to be so important. That's the hook. That's the engagement. That's me saying to the students, here's why you might find, if you don't care about this, at least find it interesting, right? Because we're going to talk about, in one of the bleakest plays written, Waiting for Godot, we're going to talk about the possibility for hope, right? Even if they don't find that immediately engaging, at least it's going to be a little bit interesting for them. Or I might make the promise to them to stay engaged, that by the end of this particular course, you're going to be better readers and writers. So I connect them to the learning outcome as well. Better readers, I don't mean being able to read a page, and what I mean is that active close reading when we talk about poetry. So those would be some of the ways to check in with students, to keep them engaged, why think about activities are so important, but also why it's important to keep them connected to the overall learning goals of the course, right? I want you to be a better reader and writer by talking about this course. Or, what's really important to me is that we have a better understanding of Canadian literature, especially really great poets like Gwendolyn McEwen, or whatever that might be. So I think those would be other 3 ways to keep students engaged throughout the class.
Okay, thank you. From Hector Carreon Rosales, from your perspective, do you think it would be necessary to change curriculum's content in our institutions, or do we just have to adapt ourselves to these current situations?
Such a tricky question, and Hector, thanks for bringing it forward. There is some adaptation that is happening, right? And I'm not sure I can speak, obviously I can't speak specifically to your situation because I don't know exactly what the curriculum is that you're changing. But I would say that one of the issues that our faculty are discovering is a question of scope, right? That in a face-to-face class, let me tackle this question a slightly different way. As people are translating or bringing their work from a face-to-face class into a remote format, what they're finding is that there's room for about 75% of the content in a remote format or in an online course. I think there are reasons for that, right? I think we idealize what we do in a face-to-face class and we get more lengthy explanations in our remote courses. And so while we're editing on the fly or shifting the length of our activities, that doesn't happen in a remote course or an online course. I think there are other reasons for it. It's also because of the segmented kind of learning that happens in a remote course or an online course, that you're dividing activities up sometimes. Now that's going to be a think about activity. Now it's going to be a read, watch, and listen. Now it's going to be a do activity. So there's a segmentation that I think takes time to make the transition between those activities. But generally speaking, our instructors are finding in a lot of cases that about 75% of the material that would happen in a face-to-face course is making it into a remote course. And we talk less in our institution about contact hours when it comes to remote teaching, and more about time on task. What's the amount of time it takes a student to do those tasks for that week? And is that equivalent, that time on task, to what we would do in a face-to-face course? So I think it's less changing the curriculum and more, at least from my perspective and what I'm helping and what we're helping our faculty think through. It's about the scope there.
Okay, thank you. Yunuen Perez asks, how to make a balance between the contents of our school program, what students need to learn from professional life, and what us as teachers want to teach?
Oh, wow. Now, isn't that a great question? And such a challenging question. I wish I had a really great answer for that. But in an ideal world, those would all line up, right? That what we wanted to teach would help students for their life beyond our schools. That would sure include their professional life, but also include, their social life or the life that they'll live beyond the walls of our classrooms. That would also be lined up with what our schools actually taught. How you negotiate that is I think really challenging and dependent on the situation. And I wish I had a much better answer than it depends or I don't know. But that's always something that I think has to be negotiated or balanced, as you put it. I mean, you have to negotiate or balance and see what you're required to do and match that with what you know is important, right? I think very rarely what that takes into account is I usually don't think always about what I want to teach. I think about what do my students need. And I know that's really hard and challenging to do, especially in the situation that we find ourselves in. But I think we would do well to put our students at the center of those decisions, which I'm sure you're already doing. Yeah.
Lourdes Landeros asks, Joel, at the beginning you listed the losses of remote teaching. Which would be the things we gain with remote teaching?
Wow, can I just say these are incredible questions, really thoughtful questions that make me think, but also hit on some really crucial issues. And this sense of gain or possibility is really is where I tend to go next as well in that conversation when we talk with our faculty. In fact, when I talk about the roles for the workshop, I say, here's what you can expect from us, and here's what we're going to do. And one of the roles that I suggest for our faculty is be willing to be surprised, right? Be willing to be surprised by what's possible or what we can gain for remote teaching. I'm thinking I might be teaching a course at the graduate level in the winter term if we're still in this situation. What am I going to gain there? Sure, I'm going to lose that chance to gather around a small table with really smart students and talk about a piece of literature or a poem or a novel that I like and that they find interesting, that is important for the course. But what am I going to gain? Well, I'm going to gain a chance to maybe work one-on-one with their writing, right? In ways that I wouldn't be encouraged to do so if we were sitting around a table for 3 hours. And I think this sense of what we gain is really important for our courses. I just talked with a faculty member a few moments ago who is in environmental sciences, and he has set up labs. And one of the things that he's gaining in his labs is that he knows our students come from all over the world. And what he's gaining is in all of these experiments that would usually take place in the backyard or on our university lands, well, now he's going to have sample data or introduce students to biodiversity, right? And so what we gain with remote teaching, I think, is this it depends in part on what we're teaching. It depends in part on how open we are to the possibility of what we gain. It also, I think, it depends in part, or encourages us, I should say, to be really deliberate about these connections with students, connections with the material, and connections with one another. It's something that I'm going to think differently about, certainly as well, when I'm back in the classroom and when I'm not doing remote or online teaching. That's a wonderful question.
Thank you. For one last question from Israel Mata, how can we successfully replace the social interaction teacher-students and student-students that we used to have in the classroom to an online setting?
Yeah. Well, teacher and students, I've talked a little bit about already, I would say, right? Thank you again. Another great question. So I've talked a little bit about teachers and students, right? That connection between teachers and students and being present, right? That's the best thing we can do. And there's different ways, whether we're teaching synchronously or asynchronously, to be present. But encouraging that connection between students and students is, I want to say, a bit more challenging because it's dependent on some of the technology that we have available. So we'll be using, say, Microsoft Teams for group work, right? Because that's a chat function and you can set up a group and have students carry that on in an LMS. You can set up group work or have collaborative discussions that take place there as well, right? And sometimes that student-to-student interaction is harder Even in a system like StreamYard, which is wonderful for this conference, right? But sometimes it can happen in a chat. Sometimes it can happen elsewhere. But I think some of these platforms don't always encourage that student-to-student interaction. When I teach in Zoom, because that's the platform that we use, when I teach in Zoom, I would certainly have the back channel, that is the chat function, and I'd have a student moderate it. I think students who might be more comfortable doing that. Group work is another a great situation where they can have student-to-student interaction.
Just to close off comments from Pau Baez, the way teacher Bates speaks is really interesting. Thank you for sharing this knowledge and skills with us. As teachers, we have a huge responsibility, and now it's even bigger.
What a wonderful way to put it. It is a big responsibility, right?
Yes.
And I also feel everyone's here because you're approaching it with a sense of generosity and care for your students and your learning, and I really appreciate that. And I wanted to say thank you, Fanny, to you again for walking me through this and helping me with my presentation and inviting me to do so. And thank you also for David and all your team for putting on such a wonderful conference.
No, thanks to you, Jill, for being here present with us. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you being here today. Please join us for the very last session.
Welcome to the final presentation of Challenges of Annual Teaching. My name is David Marquez, your host. Allow me to introduce Dr. Ismael Gonzalez and Mr. David Fish with Teaching English for Academic Purposes Online, Opportunities for Professional Growth. Let me tell you a bit more about Dr. Gonzalez and Mr. Fish. Dr. Gonzalez has taught languages all his life since he graduated from university in 1994. He first taught English as foreign language high school students. He then taught Spanish as a foreign language at Lakehead University's Department of Languages, English as a second language to newcomers to Canada at the Thunder Bay Multicultural Association, and English for academic purposes to international students. He also taught numerous courses related to language and literacy development at Lakehead University's Faculty of Education for 10 years before he accepted his present position as Associate Director of the English Language Center in 2017. As the Associate Director of the English Language Center, Dr. Gonzalez is responsible for the overall direction and operations of the English Language Center at each of the two campuses. He directs the development of programs and implementation of policies and procedures aimed at delivering an excellent student experience at the ELC. Mr. Fish has enjoyed over 20 years of experience in the field of second language learning in both Canada and abroad. His first international teaching experience was in Saudi Arabia, followed by experiences in Oman and Qatar. He has taught a range of learners, elementary to advanced, within a variety of ESL, EFL, ESP, and EAP contexts. His overseas experience has also included positions as multimedia and testing coordinator and curriculum developer. His educational background is in sociology and social anthropology and applied linguistics. He also holds CELTA and TESOL certificates. Mr. Fish works as the academic coordinator of the English Language Center at Lakehead University, where his primary roles entail curriculum development and managing the various language programs offered at the center. Please welcome Dr. Ismael and Mr. David Fish.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave, for your introduction. Before we start with our presentation, I would like to make a traditional land acknowledgement, which is in the next slide, please. Okay, so Lakehead University respectfully acknowledges that its Thunder Bay campus is located on the traditional lands of indigenous peoples. Lakehead Thunder Bay is located on the traditional lands of the Fort William First Nation, signatory of the Robinson Superior Treaty of 1850. Lakehead University also acknowledges the history that many nations holds in the area around our campus and is committed to its relationship with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples based on the principles of mutual trust, respect, reciprocity, and collaboration in the spirit of reconciliation. So I would like to start to say that it is an absolute pleasure to be here this morning. I have been watching the previous presentations, and I have to say I have been learning so much from the other presenters, and I really thank them for the time that they have taken to be in this conference this morning to share their valuable knowledge with us. So next slide, please. Okay, so in March of this year, educational institutions around the world were required to move all their instruction online and adjust to a new normal. Indeed, our students finished their regular face-to-face classes on a Friday afternoon. Later that day, they found out that their classes had been suspended for 2 days on the following week, and the next time they would see their instructors would be via Zoom, as it shows in the slide. We quickly found out that this was not going to be a straightforward process. Implementing new ways of teaching and program delivery raised concerns from us about challenges such as students' access to reliable internet connection, faculty overload, and student engagement and assessment in this new format. The impact of COVID-19 of the COVID-19 pandemic only added to the complexity as we considered whether instructors could replicate the regular classroom environment online. After having run our academic English program for one semester, we have realized that demonstrating institutional value and enhancing student learning has become more important in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have also learned that continuing to pursue new virtual learning initiatives has helped us highlight our distinctiveness by still teaching the skills that universities most want in their students and the skills that students most need. Next slide, please. The following presentation will discuss how we found opportunities for professional growth as administrators and former instructors of English for academic purposes. We will first provide an overall description of the context in which these opportunities arose. We will then move on to describe a number of opportunities for professional growth we encountered while the program was being run online and how we found feasible solutions for these opportunities. Finally, we will provide a summary of the main points described in the presentation and open the floor for questions from the audience. Now, let's describe a little bit of the context in which all of this growth happened. Next slide, please. Lakehead University is a mid-sized publicly funded university with 2 campuses located in the cities of Thunder Bay in northwestern Ontario. As you can see, I don't know if you can see it in the slide. So Thunder Bay is in bold letters to your right, to your left-hand side, and Aurelia in southern Ontario, which is down below on your right-hand side. Lakehead University has a student population of 9,000 students, and 1,800 of these students are international students. Due to the level of cognitive academic language proficiency, many of these international students need to complete up to 3 semesters of academic English instruction before they can proceed to take their undergraduate or graduate programs. The English Language Center is the school where international students with a conditional offer pending completion of academic English language training receive such training through the academic English language program. The objectives of this program are designed to enhance students' ability to study effectively, as well as to develop knowledge and skills in listening, speaking, reading, and writing in an academic context. Next slide, please. Based on critical communicative approach and sociocultural constructivist theories of additional language learning, the course introduces in some cases and expands in others key concepts of grammatical structures intertwined with cultural elements specific to the English-speaking cultures. Students take classes for 25 hours a week for 13 weeks in a semester for a total of 325 hours. Students also attend university events and participate in extracurricular activities as a component of their acculturation experience. Students in the program complete a number of assignments and assessment tasks during this semester that allow them to demonstrate their learning authentically. That is, students demonstrate what they can do in English through academic research papers, presentations, proper citation, and paraphrasing skills, for example. The textbook used in the program is the Oxford EAP series, which is geared to students who wish to enroll in academic programs in English-speaking universities. At the end of the winter semester, the student population in the AEP or Academic English program was from China, Mexico, Indonesia, Syria, and Colombia. They either lived in the university residence or off campus. At the time, access to reliable internet connection was not a concern. However, the new intake for the spring semester that just concluded already had students who would be taking the academic English program from China, Nigeria, and India. Finally, prior to COVID-19, Lakehead University already offered a wide range of undergraduate and graduate courses online. The Learning Management System, or LMS, used at the university is Desire to Learn, or D2L. David, who you can see in the other screen, will provide an overview of this learning management system in his section of the presentation. Although Zoom was being used at the departmental level for meetings, professional development sessions, and instruction by professors, this application was not widely used for instructional purposes. Thus, we knew very little of its pedagogical potential and how it would come to replicate the face-to-face classroom instruction. And with that context provided, an introduction to our program, I pass the floor to my colleague, David Fish.
Thank you, Ismail, and thank you, David, for your introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is David Fish, and I am the academic coordinator of the English Language Center at Lakehead University. It's truly wonderful to be here today and to share with you our experience in transitioning our academic English program from an in-class setting to an online platform. So in this section of the presentation, I'm going to focus on the process or steps that we took to make this change successful and as least disruptive as possible for both instructors and students. As referenced by Dr. Gonzalez, last April, and just 2 weeks before the end of our spring semester, Lakehead University sent a communication indicating that all classes were to transition from in-person sessions to online learning, a decision which was made in response to COVID-19 and in compliance with the guidelines set by the Ontario Health Authority. The announcement came suddenly, and the amount of time to make the transition was short. In fact, faculty and staff had only a few days to prepare for this abrupt change in programming. And although decisions had to be made quickly, great care had been taken to ensure that the integrity of our academic program was maintained. So in other words, as you can see on the slide, we wanted to ensure that the online program was communicative in nature and also provided a framework that contained the same learning outcomes that exist in the traditional program. Next slide. So next, we needed to determine the technology that was most suitable to facilitate these aims. So we chose Zoom for face-to-face interaction and to allow for communicative interaction among students, and Desire to Learn for administrating assessment tasks, for submitting assignments, discussion forums, and program announcements. And next slide. So our next step was deciding how to deliver the program. So as mentioned earlier by Dr. Gonzalez, Our academic English program entails 25 hours of language instruction per week, and that translates to 5 hours a day, 5 days a week. So we decided to use a blended mode of instruction where students would have 3 hours of face to face interaction via Zoom and 2 hours of independent study where students would work alone on assigned readings, running activities, grammar exercises, vocabulary tasks, and so on. The reason for the blended approach was to limit Zoom interaction to 3 hours. And we wanted to limit Zoom interaction to 3 hours because we wanted to avoid Zoom fatigue, which is something that I'm sure some of you may have already experienced at one point. And also, we wanted to keep the students engaged in the learning process. Next slide. So, as Ismail mentioned, the curriculum used in our program, in the traditional program, is the Oxford EAP series. And this is also the same curriculum that we used in the online program. And given the short window to transition to online learning, there was absolutely no time to deliver a completely new program. Rather, the existing curriculum was modified to accommodate a blended mode of program delivery. And this was done by remapping the curricula documents from the traditional programs or highlighting which tasks of a given unit would be suitable for Zoom to Zoom face to face interactions and which ones would be administered as independent learning. So on this slide, you see, for example, some Zoom activities would be things such as discussion activities or an explanation of grammatical and language structure, perhaps highlighting academic skills such as referencing conventions, some reading activities such as skimming for main ideas or for the gist, and listening activities. Some Zoom activities that we thought would work using, or some activities for D2L were things like writing tasks, maybe grammar exercises, vocabulary tasks, maybe reading activities like reading for details. And I should note that the mapping and this remapping was merely to provide a guideline for instructors on how to deliver their courses. Nothing was written in stone, and instructors had a lot of latitude on how they divided the various tasks between Zoom and independent learning. Our next slide. So what does that mean, or what does that look like in reality? So here I provided a sample reading lesson. Now this is a 5-hour block of teaching, and the whole focus is teaching reading. So how can we do that using the two types of technology? So the first hour, the instructor, for example, can use face-to-face interaction through Zoom. The topic can be introduced through discussion questions. Students can then work in small groups using the breakout function. And then the instructor can introduce key vocabulary from the reading, perhaps using visuals. And this could be followed by an activity such as filling in the blank. And then the students can go back to a breakout session for some peer checking, and then followed by a class check. The next slide. The second hour can then go to independent study. And in here, the students can do a second reading where they would read for details. So, for example, the instructor would email comprehension questions to the learners. They would then read on their own and answer the question. After that, the teacher can go back to Zoom, have a face-to-face interaction, peer check the answers and breakout sessions that the students worked on independently. And this can be followed by a production activity, such as a speaking activity in a breakout session that's related to the reading. Could be a seminar discussion, could be a short presentation, could be role play, and so on. Go to the next slide. Then the fourth hour could be independent study, where students are assigned an activity to reinforce important grammatical structures or academic skills that are related to the previous Zoom session. They could also do a reflective posting of discussions that are related to the reading or perhaps the content in the unit or the theme. And then the final hour could be face-to-face interaction via Zoom, where the instructor could do some peer checking of the independent work, a class review, and perhaps a seminar discussion. The next slide. So after the curriculum was modified, the next step was to train staff and students on how to use the technology. For instructors, a training session was held with Lakehead's Technology Services Center. In addition, we provided a list of web resources, including troubleshooting procedures for both Zoom and D2L. And there was some self-training. As administrators, it was important for us to become familiar with both Zoom and D2L in order to provide additional support for the instructors and also for students. Move to the next slide. Should note before I talk about the assessment, we actually, to provide additional support for the students, we created a tutorial handbook that had pictures, and the students were provided with this prior to the beginning of classes. And in fact, now it's part of our orientation package which they receive a few weeks before the beginning of the semester. So after the training, the next thing we had to do was to look at program assessment. And it was decided to remove the final exam, which was part of the traditional curriculum, and to replace it with a discussion forum where running analytical dialogue of discussions and comments on unit topics and themes. We kept the portfolio-based assessment, and so we have a reading, writing, listening, and speaking tests at the end of every unit, and we have major writing and speaking assignments. All of the assignments, as I mentioned earlier, are administered via D2L. So procedures had to be created not only to guide the instructors on how to administer the assessment tasks, but also to ensure consistency among teachers. So here I'll walk you through how we decided to administer these different assignments. So for the reading tests, students would zoom into their class. They would then receive a PDF copy of the reading from the instructor. And then they would use a split screen. They would read the text and they would answer the questions on D2L. We restrict the time, so they have approximately an hour and 15 minutes, so they can't exceed the time limit. And then they submit their test. And the teachers monitor them as they answer the questions on D2L via Zoom to ensure that there's no cheating. The next slide. So for the listening test, students zoom into their class and they open the D2L quiz. They have 3 minutes to read the questions, and then the instructor plays the video or the audio. Then they have 7 minutes to answer the questions. And then the video or audio is played a second time, and students have 5 minutes to check their answers, and then they submit the quiz. Next slide, please. For writing assignments, students zoom into their class. They open the writing quiz on D2L, and they write their answers on the D2L platform in a plain text box. As you can see here on the slide, there's a caption of that. And we also restrict the time, and we restrict the editing in terms of disabling the spell check. And the teachers will monitor the students via Zoom during the test so that they don't use their phones or dictionaries or any other form of cheating. Next slide. For our speaking assessment tasks, students zoom into the class and they are assigned a speaking task. This could be a seminar presentation or a short presentation on a topic related to the unit. Time is given in class during this Zoom session for the students to prepare for this, and then they make their presentation. Next slide, please. For our discussion forum assignment, students go onto D2L, they navigate to the discussion tab, and then they locate and open a topic that the instructors have all posted. And these are topics that are related to something in the unit. It could be a reading, could be some sort of theme that's connected to the topic. And here they can start a new thread and make comments, or they can also open another student's comments and then reply to give a reflective analysis of something another student has written. For our major assignments, these also are on D12. Students simply navigate to the assignment tab. They click on assignments, They click the name of the assignment to which they want to submit a file, and they click the Add a File button, and then upload their assignment. The last part of the process was feedback. So here we met with the teachers at the end of the program, and we asked them what worked, what didn't work. And this was important for us in learning about issues that they've experienced or perhaps students encountered, and also to make the necessary adjustments to improve the online program. And these are just some examples. There were more than this, but I just put a few examples of things that teachers initially had difficulty with. Some teachers had difficulty with the sound quality when playing an audio or video via Zoom. And then we had some behavioral issues. Students were arriving late for their Zoom classes. Some students didn't want to show their face, so they deactivated the video. Some maybe didn't have the proper attire. I think one student was wearing pajamas, for example. But this was important for us to then look at things that we had to focus on and how to move forward to make adjustments to avoid these things from happening again. Next slide. All right, so in closing, I'd like to offer some recommendations to consider when transitioning from a traditional program to an online platform. And first, I think it's important to limit the Zoom face-to-face interaction to a few hours. And that's significant, I think, as I mentioned, to avoid Zoom fatigue and also to keep the students motivated. I think it's also important to provide engaging activities for both Zoom in the face-to-face interactions and independent study to stimulate learning. I was listening to the last presentation, and the question somebody had asked about how do you do that, and I thought the answer was great, because you have to keep the students connected to the content and connected to the lesson. Make them part of the learning process, whether you do that through discussions or role playing, and even in terms of independent learning, bring that back into the Zoom environment and make them accountable. Ask them questions, ask them some of the answers to a reading activity that they were working on, for example, or ask them for their to expand on some thoughts and so on. So I think that engagement is really important. Also, I think it's important to provide adequate guidance and training to instructors on how to deliver the online program. So for our instructors, this was very new to them. It was new to me. It was also new to them. And I think by remapping the curricula documents, I think provided that guidance. But again, I think it's important to allow a lot of latitude for creativity as well. I also think it's significant to provide technological training for both staff and students, and also a code of conduct and behavior. For some of these students, this online experience was new to them, and I think it's important to, at the beginning, to perhaps to give them some guidance in terms of what's expected from them as learners. And lastly, I think it's really important to communicate with the teachers via feedback, as nothing is perfect, and this provides an opportunity to make the necessary adjustments in improving online programming.
Thank you, David. So, as demonstrated by our presentation, the road to an online delivery of our academic English program has not been clear-cut, as many would have thought. Online learning has taught us not only do we need to have access to a technological infrastructure that allows us to deliver the program, but also take into account and minimize the effective filter for the students and the instructors. That is, at the same time, we have maintained the quality of our program. We understand that a regular 5-hour classroom instruction cannot and should not be replicated in an online environment. Online delivery really means more preparation for the instructor and sustained engagement from the students. Zoom fatigue is a reality, and we want students to succeed in the program. As a result, the delivery of the AEP online prompted us to rethink the structure of the program. As David explained, we needed to rethink what we needed or what needed to be taught during a live Zoom session, and what could be done independently by the students. This goes back to Joel's presentation, where a question was posed as to what came first, technology or pedagogy. And pedagogy comes always first before technology. Technology is a support and is a medium that we use to deliver a program, but pedagogy comes first. Likewise, final exams were replaced by discussion forums that allowed the students to demonstrate what they had learned during the week using a multimodal approach to the discussion forums. For example, students could simply respond in writing to questions posed by their instructor, or they could make a video submission of their responses. Authenticity of assessment tasks was preserved by utilizing the features provided by the university's learning management system, D2L. Students had a specific time to complete these assessment tasks at the same time they were connected to Zoom. As the title of our presentation suggests, we are still growing, learning, and making adjustments as we go. COVID-19 has definitely posed challenges. However, our commitment to meet our students' learning needs has not wavered. As the previous presenters this morning have explained, the pandemic has heightened social justice issues that already existed prior COVID-19, and our creativity and flexibility has been challenged, leading to a rewiring of our brain. This has brought as a result that we have had to go back to the drawing board and reconceptualize the way we teach. What a great time for the educational field. And with that statement, I open the floor for questions from the audience.
Thank you very much, Rod, for such a great presentation. We'll be answering questions now. So here we have the first comment from Luis Eduardo de León Gallegos, and he says, "Great idea. Like I said it yesterday, finally testing or a partial test should be removed or give less percentage because we can use many other ways to assess our students, such as speaking, writing, and projects." Then
Yes, I agree completely with you, Luis. From my experience, from my previous experience teaching online courses in the Faculty of Education at Lakehead, I learned that lesson quite early, that students engaged more in the type of assignments that allowed them to discuss ideas and demonstrate their knowledge by the way that they interpreted those ideas. So like that is why when David and I were discussing if we were going to continue with the final exam as we used to have in the past, we thought quickly of replacing that with the discussion forum, which is a way for the students to keep engaged in the course after the live Zoom class happens. So we found that has been very effective. Not only that, so when you are also aware of or when you allow the students also to demonstrate that their knowledge in different ways, like for example, it doesn't always have to be in a written form as a post. The students can also take their phones and film themselves giving giving an answer to to a question that has been posed by the instructor. Those are different ways. So or a student can come up with a mind map of the main ideas of the article that they read or the reading they did in class to represent their knowledge graphically, because there are many types of intelligences that we have in our classroom. So in the context that we are talking about, which is learning another language or acquiring another language, this becomes really practical, because the students are now very responsible for their own learning, but you are also giving them the freedom to represent their knowledge in different ways that in the past that didn't necessarily happen. So it happened in a very specific way. We had a final exam with different tasks that the students had to do, whereas now it is more varied.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Ismail. Now we have another question from Alejandra C. And she says, well, she asks, would you say then that having all face-to-face sessions is not exactly the best approach? And why would that be?
Okay, David, go for it.
But I think obviously to have that personal human contact in the class environment, obviously is the most ideal. I think way to for communication and for students to learn. But if that's not possible, I still think you have to have that face-to-face interaction because part of communication is not just verbal or just verbal responses, but it's also body language. And that's part of how we communicate, and it provides an opportunity for students to work together and to be engaged, and it's motivating. But yes, I agree that, or I think that an in-class setting, a human person present in a classroom is best.
Mhm.
But if that's not possible, I think online learning has to try to create that to some extent. And I think Zoom for us has worked to bring that connection, that human connection.
Thank you.
I also wanted to add, Alejandra, that for example, it always depends on the context. That's why I covered a section for the context in which we were doing all of, or like in which we were making all of these changes. So for example, in our case, our regular classes in the English Language Center, they are 5 hours a day. So we quickly discovered that we could not have the students or the teachers in front of the camera for 5 hours straight every single day. So like that is why. So like as the semester was going, so that we were finding ways to balance. What were those tasks that the students were fine, like doing face to face, like for 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, and then have some sort of a break, and then after that, then have another hour after them having a break from the camera. So like that is why having a 5 hour straight, I personally do not recommend it. However, there are many other classes in Joel's context. For example, he's talking about lectures that usually go 1, 2, 3 hours at the most. So like students are not necessarily in a lecture in a classroom in reality for 5 hours. So like if it is only 3 hours, like I would say build in like some balance in which you give your lecture, you interact with the students, but then also building time for independent work so that the students have some, let's call it quote unquote downtime in between one session and the other one, so that they do not become overwhelmed with being in front of a camera for such an extended period of time. Like something else that we found out, and that we were and that we have become very aware of, and this is something for everybody to be taken into account, is that not all of the students feel comfortable being in front of a camera to start with. So we had a student who was genuinely not comfortable with looking at herself in the screen. So we had to go around it and kind of make accommodations for her and negotiate with her to see, okay, so how about if when the teacher is explaining something, yes, you can turn off your camera, but if you are in group work, that is when we're going to ask you to have your camera on. You can concentrate in the other screen so you don't see yourself. So it was quite a good learning process, that were things that were coming up that in the past they didn't really happen.
All right. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
if I may just add, if I could.
Yes.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, David, the independent learning part of our program is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, it's a good thing in the sense that in our academic English program, we're not only helping students develop the necessary language skills, but also academic skills that they need to be successful in their academic programs when they do their degree programs. And independent learning and independent studying is a large part of that learning that they will encounter when they do their underdegree their degree programs. And so in a sense they're developing those skills by working on their own, and that's an important academic skill, I think, that they need to learn. And so in a way it's probably good that that we've come up with this blended program where we're sharing both the interaction through Zoom
Mhm.
and time for students to work on their own.
Okay.
All right. Here we have another question from Claudia Cuella, and she asks, as a teacher, how can we approach students who are reluctant to participate actively at all? Can you give us some tips, please?
I would say, Claudia, you have to make use of a lot of what I call literacy development, like strategies that include like a lot of like roles. Like for example, if you're doing group work, you assign roles to every member of that group, so that you can always recycle those roles in which you make sure that each person in that group speaks at a certain point, and at the same time you are giving them time to actually prepare for what they're going to say. Something else that like I would say you can do it is, as David explained, it is define expectations from the beginning of class. So like I think that one of your expectations should be that students are expected, and it is a course requirement, to participate actively in the course. So if they don't want to necessarily participate with the whole class in front of a camera, I would say that you can always, during group work, like you can do a mini conference with this particular student who is reluctant to participate. So this also happens when you are in a classroom setting. So there were not like you will not always have like students who are very extroverted and out there and they are ready to participate at all times. So I think that you have to build in time to have mini conferences with these students in order to for them to demonstrate to you what they know, and like whether they are learning. Right off the top of my head, I am thinking of like strategies like four corners. So you can Google all of these. So four corners, or you can do like a lot of like mind mapping, to get the students to draw conclusions from the class. You can have exit cards at the end of the class in which the students reflect on what they learned or what they're still wondering, what questions they still have, and then hand them to you, and then you can start your next class with those questions from the exit cards that the students left. And in a regular classroom setting, you will give them a piece of paper where they write their question for the exit card, and then they will give it to you. You can do these writing their names on it, or you can do it anonymously as well. So in the Zoom or any other type of live software that you're using for your live classes, I would say use the chat function, and then do kind of approach it in the same way that we are doing right now. So during the class, have it built in at the end, kind of leave around 15-20 minutes for any questions that the students may have been posing on the side, for you to answer them, or have others answer those questions that they may have. So I don't know if David has any other suggestions.
Well, yeah. So I think it's just important to make sure the students are part of the learning process. if you find a student's not participating much, if you're asking some questions, maybe nominate that student to answer some questions. Or if students are doing group discussions, if somebody is not participating as much as you would like them, make that person the team leader of the discussion, and to summarize some of the key points that were brought up in the discussion. But by giving them responsibility and making them part of the learning process, I think it's a way to encourage them to be a little more involved and perhaps more motivated.
All right. Thank you. Now here we have another question from Junen Perez. She says, "I think that we are struggling with the transition from school lessons to virtual lessons. Where would you recommend to start to really take this as an opportunity for growth? What is the first step?" Who would like to answer that?
David, do you want to go for it
So
first?
transitioning from the traditional in class to a virtual environment.
Yes.
Well, I think so. Every program is different. So the way that we did it is that our original program wasn't designed for online learning. And if you're familiar with the EAP, Oxford EAP series, it's designed for traditional mode of instruction. But what we had to do was to look at how to take that program and how to divide it between the technology that we were using. So how can we what parts of that program would be suitable in an online context using Zoom, for example, and things that perhaps weren't as engaging in terms of communication. Those are the things that we thought would be better at students to work on their own. So I think you really have to look at what the program is, look at the different tasks that you have in your program, and see how what ways can you do that same thing, but doing it in an online setting. To me, the online classroom is similar to a real classroom in the sense if you have all the students there, if I'm showing a PowerPoint or I'm actually showing a video, I can do the same thing on Zoom that I can do in the classroom. And if I'm breaking the students into groups for discussions, I can do the same thing in Zoom that I can do in the classroom. I can put them in breakout sessions, and I can go into those breakout sessions, and I can get their feedback, and I can listen to their interaction. So group work, pair work, all that I can do in the classroom, I can also do through Zoom. But you really have to look at your program and then see, what components of it would be suitable for if you're using Zoom, for example, or another technology. And maybe some of it students can do on their own. But for language development, communication is important. So the communicative task-based approach is essential for language acquisition. So we had to ensure to have some way for students to interact together, to communicate with the instructor and with each other, with one another. So for us, Zoom technology is a very important component of the online classroom. And many of the things, because we didn't create a whole new program, we just took the existing one and modified it to suit the virtual environment.
And I also wanted to add to what David was saying, that one thing that you can do to start. I don't know if you have heard about the backwards design the backwards design approach to a unit or lesson planning. So basically, what the backwards design stipulates it is that you have to start from the end. So what is it what you want your students to do or to be able to do in English at the end of the program? So if you want, like, for example, in our program, our students at the end of the level 5, which is the pathway or the pre-university program, our students, they have to know how to write academic essays with citations included, with in-text references, and with the reference page. They have to be able to deliver academic presentation, taking into account again many different factors. So basically, if that is what some of our, like, two of our goals are, we go backwards. So what do the students need in order to be able to do this final task at the end of the program? And then you work your way backwards. So If everybody else is familiar with competency-based teaching, is the same thing. So in English, if you want your students to be able to, I don't know, order food at a restaurant, for example, so that is your final task. The students are going to go to a restaurant and they're going to order food. Now, what do they need to know in order to order food at the restaurant? So they need to have the food vocabulary. They need to know how to say numbers in English because they have to ask for prices and pay. They have to know the cultural context in which they will be offering food. So what are those what are those contexts? So if you are in Canada, for example, and you want to have a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi Cola, you have to know that here in Canada, people would say, "Can I have a pop?" Like, for example. So those are those are all of those cultural elements that are going to help your students to be able to do this in English at the end. Not only that, so what grammatical structures do they need to know in order to be able to be successful in this task? So in that way, you know what you want them to do at the end, and then you work backwards. So what are those scaffolding elements that you need in order to get your students there? So I would say you apply the same approach to your program planning, and you will see that it'll become easier. That is when you realize, okay, so this is what I can do during my face-to-face live session. This is what I can leave them for them to do independently. And that's the process that David and I followed when we were mapping all of these programs. Of course, we didn't do this by ourselves. We did this in consultation with the teachers because they were in the end the ones who were teaching, who were right there on a day-to-day basis in front of that camera. So yes, we know because we were teachers, but we were not teaching at this point. So our teachers, so we had a really good communication happening with our teachers. So that is why when Joel, the previous presenter, was doing his presentation, I was posting on the side comments in YouTube that empathy is key during this time, and that is why administration has to be so how can I say, so connected with the teachers, because in the end I think that the teaching background that David and I have also helped us empathize with our teachers in that way. All right, so to kind of understand that yes, we had all of this experience, however, we were not teaching at this point.
Thank you very much. And here we have another question from Teresa Ramirez Trejo. She asks, "Is in what ways is it desirable to record a class for students to watch it and then interact with them?" Who would like to answer?
In what ways is it desirable to record a class for students to watch it and then interact with them? That is a really good question, I have to say, because David and I have been talking about that, and in our context, right now, that is something that we might consider doing, but on an individual basis, I would say. So we are aware that we have students who are really far away, like India, and we have them in Burundi, for example, where the internet connection is not always reliable. So that is why we have made so much of an emphasis with our students that they have to communicate with us on a regular basis to let us know what difficulties they're having so that we can support them. And recording lessons can be one of those. But if your course has a face-to-face component, for example, I would say that in your Mexican context, I am aware that not everybody in Mexico has the access to a reliable internet connection, but also computers. So I think that I would say to record your lessons and post them in the learning management system for your students, because at the same time, and this is, I think it is inevitable that you will have students that will not just attend to the class. But I think that if you have an attendance requirement in your course, that can help you kind of like bridge that challenge. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I personally, I don't think it's ideal for language development because I think it's really important for to have that live interaction where students, particularly if they're doing group work, a lot of discussion and seminar discussions, you're negotiating communication back and forth, and you're responding to questions and responding to other people, and you can't do that through something that's been recorded. Um, I personally, think it's better if you can have the live interaction through Zoom. But there are cases where a student maybe can't attend a class, doesn't want to miss the content, and maybe in that case, you could record it, and the student then can watch the recording and learn what was taught. But I think for the communicative aspect, it's obviously not desirable because it limits the engagement of the student in conversations and communication.
All right. And here we have one more question. Professor Michael Ailik, what are the main instruments you have tried so far to evaluate your students on online classes?
To recruit them? Was it
No, to evaluate them on online classes, to evaluate students.
So, what do you mean by instruments?
Maybe they mean the tools that you have used to assess students when they are on online
Okay.
classes. Mhm.
Okay, David.
Well, yeah, I'm not 100% sure what you mean by the tools. I mean, for example, we use the technology that I outlined, like Zoom and D2L. But every teacher uses their own creativity to deliver the lesson. Um, but we encourage instructors, to design lesson plans that really make the students feel part of the learning process, especially during the Zoom connections, and make them accountable when they're doing independent study. Make them accountable by referring to, when you meet through Zoom, by referring to the independent content, and have them share some ideas and thoughts and so on. Um,
But then, Michael, also David explained in his session of the presentation, for example, that we have been using, for example, the quiz feature in Desire to Learn. So Desire to Learn has a feature that is called quiz, and then right there, what David has done it is that, for example, if in the face-to-face class, when we were in the classroom, the student had a reading assessment task, and this reading assessment task had like a multiple choice questions. What David has done is replicate this using the quiz feature in Desire to Learn, where there is like a multiple choice mode that you can choose in Desire to Learn. As David explained in his section, what the teacher does it is that they send the student, for example, the reading passage for this assessment task in a PDF format. The student opens it and then in a split screen, so they have the reading on the one side, and then on the other side they have the multiple choice question from Desire to Learn. So the student can replicate, quote unquote, what they used to do in the classroom now with the screen. So they are reading it, they have Desire to Learn here, but then on a third screen, their Zoom link is open because the teacher is proctoring or is invigilating what they're doing at the same time. So like that is some of the some of the ways in which we have evaluated our students um, for assessment tasks and for presentations and that type of thing.
Thank you very much. Well, we have one more last question, and this is from Francisco Ramos. And he asks, how do you manage the mixed abilities in an online class? Do you support any skill in a particular time?
In our English language center, like we don't have like mixed abilities classes. So that we have different levels. So that everybody, for example, in this last level, level 5, everybody is at a B2 plus level. So in order to achieve a C1 level at the end of the program, so that we don't necessarily have a student who is a B1 together with a student who is a B2 in the class. However, I would say that in order to provide for mixed abilities in the in your class, it is how you design the different tasks that the students are going to be doing in a classroom. So like you have to be aware of this of the students zone of proximal development, or that what did Crashing used to call it, my goodness, I forgot, the A plus one. I think it is. Maybe I am wrong. Like which is you're always going to provide an extra challenge to the students at different levels. So, for example, if you have a student who is at a lower level than another student, so like you are not going to ask them for the same thing, like for the same product. So like you are going to modify that and then expect like this person to produce a product at the level of this student. What can they do at this point? Whereas this one here is going to produce a product at this level. Like mind you, if you have a student like with a lower level writing an essay, and you have to have academic resources like cited. So this person at this lower level would have, like, for example, like 2 articles to cite, let's say. Whereas this person at this higher level will have 4 or 5 articles to cite. So you are accommodating these 2 levels. They are both writing an essay, an academic essay. They are both citing, but they are both producing an essay that is at their level. Any other ideas, David?
Yeah, and I think, for example, let's say that you're going to use the same blended approach that we're using, a combination of Zoom and D2L, but you've got mixed learners in the classroom. So one thing you could do when you have your face-to-face interaction, you could take those weaker students and put them in breakout sessions in terms of discussions with maybe stronger students. Or if you've got enough to have a separate group of lower students in their own breakout session, you can give them less challenging discussion questions, and the higher students more challenging discussion questions. For activities that they might be doing independently, if you are giving a grammar exercise, for example, maybe the ones that are stronger would have more challenging grammar questions, whatever the grammar is that if you're maybe you're teaching, the present simple and present continuous. But with the weaker ones, those activities would be less challenging. So you can switch it up that way too. So you could, even through Zoom, divide students in breakout sessions according to their level of ability, or put weaker ones with stronger ones to help them to elevate, like Ismail said, to elevate to a higher level.
Okay.
All right. Well, on behalf of UTEVIS Puebla, we thank Dr. Ismail and Mr. David for being the finished touch to this international virtual conference. Thank you very much to both of you for being here with us today.
Thank you so much for this
Thank
opportunity.
you so much for the opportunity. It was great being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Just we're about to finish this international conference, and I would like to mention some things regarding the questions you have made through the chat. We know or we have read that you have some questions regarding the e-certificate, and for those that have sent emails in the morning and through this conference today, I have contacted the area, so they are going to be emailing back your questions and confirming the receipt of your payment. So do not worry about this. They are doing it now. And also, it was supposed that you had to take attendance every day. Do not worry. If you have done it or you miss it today, don't worry. We already have you registered. It has been sent to the administration. So don't worry about that. And you're going to hear from them within the next 5 days. So they are going to give you an answer regarding this. All right. So if you have more questions, please do not hesitate to contact us. You already have our emails, or also you can write. You can email administrativo at utebispuebla.edu.mx, please. All right. So and now, please join us for our closing ceremony.
Challenges of a New Teaching had as objective the promotion of best practices and teaching techniques regardless of our current location. We feel delighted for having had such important speakers from different institutions as well as overseas.
As our chancellors stated, we are positive that Challenges of a New Teaching marked a groundbreaking moment for UTB's history and all its participants.
We acknowledge universities, institutions, Mexican authorities, but mainly our Chancellor, Ms. Erika Torres Sanchez, for trusting us and for trusting this event.
Colleagues, coordinators, and students, thank you for being part of this third conference, Challenges of a New Teaching, brought to you by UTBIS Puebla. We greatly appreciate your attendance and active participation.
We hope that this virtual experience helps strengthen your online teaching strategies and mindset towards this new teaching reality. As professors, we know that it is important to not only enhance our teaching, but also to help our network contacts grow so we can collaborate and contribute to education.
We also want to apologize for some technical difficulties. We know that this is part of the new reality. It's part of what all teachers are facing. So now, to close off this event, we will proceed to present the certificates of participation to our speakers and collaborators on behalf of our Chancellor, Ms. Erika Torres Sanchez.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Donald Moen.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Dimitri Priven.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Heather Gaddis.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Ining Chao.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Rasha Fahim.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Michael Salenko.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Carlos Alberto Aceves.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Aide Bravo Olivares.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Andres Farias Gonzalez.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Judy Brocklehurst.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Daniel Farmer.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Vipinendran Kanan.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Joel Bates.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Ismael Gonzalez.
Certificate of Participation awarded to David Fish.
Now, it's time to acknowledge the institutions who collaborated with us.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Algonquin College.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Rilo U.S. Embassy in Mexico.
Certificate of Participation awarded to St. Lawrence College.
Certificate of Participation awarded to ITEP Mexico.
Certificate of Participation awarded to IPTT.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Trent University.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Anna University.
Certificate of Participation awarded to Lakehead University.
My name is Jessica Lara.
My name is Gerardo Sanchez.
My name is Alberto Rojas.
My name is Arturo Perez.
My name is Carlos Gallardo.
My name is David Marquez.
My name is Carlos Perez.
And my name is Estefania Hernandez.
Thank you very much.
See you next year.
Bye.